Hello there. Good evening. Uh, Happy Friday, I guess. Hello there. I hadn't muted the audio. Actually, this light seems. Hello, hello, Dark Shades. Good evening. Hello, Mark Young. Thanks for joining. I'm. For some reason, I think one of my lights ended up like, oh, hello, Seiko. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Um, I would say happy Friday, but it's not Friday where you are. I think I need to, at the risk of messing something up and causing things to go really weird for a second here, you'll have to forgive me. I'm one of the lights is on, I think, too bright, and the only way I know to fix it, is to adjust the camera. And let me make it a little darker. That's not too dark. Okay. I think it was just, I don't know what was going on. Does the Pi update save file settings? The config file, yes. It the setup and update scripts, they if there's no config toml file, it uses the example file to create it, but then when it runs, it checks to make sure the file's there so it won't overwrite it. Let me double check now that I've said that, now that I've made that bold claim, which I think is correct. I just want to, I don't want to mislead people. Update. So the update script, there was some common code moved into here. So config toml, yeah, if the file doesn't exist, then it copies it, and it also edits localhost to be 000, and it puts the logs under a log directory. But if it doesn't, if the config toml doesn't exist, if it does exist, it goes ahead and backs it up. So even if something, I guess, so if there's some mishap on update, there's a backup of the config toml. Yeah. Dark Shades verified that. Yeah. And is there a menu command to update? No. I've actually thought about that because, my personal goal has been to try to minimize the need to use the command line. And I didn't write the UI, the front end. I didn't write the configuration screen, this SSC config, but that helps towards that goal, or my goal, which I haven't really. I talk about it, but it's not like it's basically kind of informing the choices I make a lot of times, is trying to make it where you should be able to do everything through the UI. Now, that said, updates are kind of problematic. It's potentially, it's possible, but we'd have to think about that, because what I want to avoid is making it easy, but then the user gets in a state where it won't work, and the web and like the web interface doesn't come up. Then what? So I haven't thought too deeply about it, but I do want to have some ability to update. Hi, Wiley Site. Good evening. How's it going? but yeah, I think it should be doable, but I would want it to be where if something goes wrong, you can roll back easily. Um, yeah, actually, let me make a note. It, so there's this, I mean, it applies to a lot of things, but there's this thing in programming. I know it happens in programming where you'll be stuck on a problem and you'll go to someone and start explaining it to them, wanting their help, and just the act of you explaining it, you figure it out. I've had it happen to me where I was the one trying to explain, and I've had it where people came up to me to try to explain something, and then partway through they're like, "Oh wait, I just realized what my mistake is," and then they left. And so I've heard of people talking about like rubber ducking it, where it's like you have a rubber duck on your desk and you just start explaining it to it, and then it's like, "Oh wait, now I know what the problem is." Um, but your question is making me that me talking through it is has been kind of making me think about how we would do that exactly, and be able to recover if there's, I mean, as you know, there's I mean, even if you kind of go into it knowing that like it could break, I want to try to minimize that. um yeah, yeah, I just had an idea on how we could possibly do that. Yeah, yep. I So the default image save location is under the Seestar ALP. Well, if you're talking about turning on save frames, it's under the Seestar ALP directory, wherever it's running from, and it creates a directory called frames. And I've since committed code, like because you mentioned it the last time, and I realized that wasn't. I mean, I knew it wasn't user friendly, but I needed to fix it anyway. You prompted me to fix it, so it should be fixed where it'll create a directory frames, and then it'll have the target name, and then it'll have lights. So frames M32 lights. So kind of like the Seestar in a way, except by putting it in a lights directory, the idea was I did that because some stacking software like Serial assumes that. So if you wanted to then use that directory as a target for Serial's live stacking, well, anyway, it was or just stacking in general, not necessarily live stacking, but you could then point it at the directory and stack it. Clouded. So I'm working on scheduler page. It's cloudy there? That is surprising because it is like, I mean, you can see it's completely clear here, and it is supposed to be almost completely clear for the next week. I mean, that's kind of a strange turn of events. Like, I'm near the coast. I'm usually the one who's clouded out. Um, yeah, yeah, clouds not. Yeah, one thing I had. Yeah, we'll. Yeah, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, completely clear here. I was just looking at this thing here, the dotted line. I think that's a plane because satellites usually don't do that. Same in Missouri, clear weather for days. Well, that's good. Oh, smoke. Interesting. I wonder if there's some kind of wildfires or something somewhere. Huh. I mean, we'll get these. We were getting smoke earlier in the year. We were getting smoke from wildfires up in the Panhandle, or earlier in the summer. and that's like 500 or 600 miles away. Anyhow, so I've got the two scopes out. I have done horizontal calibration on them on Deneb, and so they're ready to go. I was thinking I was going to image Pluto initially, but then I realized Pluto's like really near the full moon, so, or not the full moon, but the moon. So that's probably a bad idea. So tomorrow I'll do that. And yeah, the moon. I do wonder. So my plan for tonight was I was gonna try something a little different. I was going to basically tie up one of the telescopes for the whole night with a mosaic. I haven't. I was thinking of doing the Heart Nebula. And then my thought is, I would. Yeah, I think the Heart Nebula is high enough. Or maybe I'll kick it off in another half hour or hour. Let me see. But basically, I was going to kick it off and just let it run, and then maybe stack it, make a mosaic on stream tomorrow, maybe. Partly because I don't always circle back on it immediately, so this would force me to circle back on it and make the mosaic. Let's see how. It's 30 degrees. Yeah, we'll start with that. We'll start with that maybe in an hour. But in the meantime, I was thinking I could actually. I want to see if. Well, I don't know if I want to do the moon right now. That could be a little bit. I didn't. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yes, no. So I was going to live build. I actually, part of my problem, so that was something I was also going to do during the stream, like in between things. I hadn't been able to find the SD card. It's a brand new micro SD card that I was going to actually burn the image onto, and at least that was the plan. And I had these ideas that I was going to build the entire Pi on stream, but I don't think I will. I think I might do that next stream. I'm just going to do kind of the bare, kind of the basic image and put it on this Pi 5. I'll actually open the box, unbox it live, and then try to run the image I create on stream. So that is the plan. That is still the plan. And like I say, I found this. I knew I had put it somewhere, and it ended up under some stuff. I mean, that's the funny thing about these micro SD cards. They're like, well, it's a micro SD in the SD adapter, but they're so small. It's not the first time I've misplaced one. So that was. I'm gonna do that. Oh, so what I'm gonna do first, since I won't start the Heart Nebula mosaic for an hour, and I'm gonna run it for like 4 or 5 hours, like past the end of the live stream. But what I was going to do was I had been kind of messing around with some dark nebulas, or trying to. I'd found some that might be. So one of them was this one that's next to the Lion Nebula. And I think if I center it on this star instead, I'm using, I was messing around with different sensors and telescopes. Okay. So the framing of it is kind of the dark nebulous this. So I was going to do that, and maybe the Shark Nebula as well. So let me start this one first. Now I'm going to have to key in the coordinates manually on this one. Oh, I forgot. During all that, I had I had stopped. I had stopped the app because I was like moving my laptop, and I changed Wi-Fi and just decided to restart it. So, um, yeah. Now the problem is it's funny because I did horizontal calibration on both of them at the same time, and this one succeeded and this one failed. And then I made the mistake of rerunning the. Did I do a horizontal calibration? Anyway, this one ended up failing. And so that's why it's drifted, whereas this one stayed on Deneb. But that's okay. So we will point this one at, or we're going to go image. I could theoretically grab the coordinates from Stellarium, but don't I have to set something up for that? Because I have not set that up. Or do I have to like do the telescope control? I never bothered. Yeah, remote control. Let me see. Actually, so you go in here, and it's in plugins, and it's telescope control, I believe, right? Oh no, remote control. Remote control. Oh, right. It's remote control, so it gives the ability to control Stellarium from another piece of software. It actually should be running, theoretically. So let's see if this actually works. Hey! Well, what do you know? Magic. Turns out it was right in front of me all along. Let me go look at, just eyeball these. Yeah, 1541. Bingo. Wow. Okay. Well, it's funny because I think at one point I broke it, but then I guess I unbroke it and I forgot that I had unbroken it. So let me move my laptop a little bit so I don't knock stuff over. Cool. Yeah, it's the remote control in Stellarium. So I will do 45 minutes on this. And I think I'm going to do the light pollution filter just because I'm going to call this Bernard 369 and go. Now this one, I was possibly going to do the Shark Nebula. So let me go. Actually, with this one, I could probably just go into planning. And let's go Shark Nebula. Nope. Didn't like Shark Nebula. That's one thing. I'm sure it's fixed. I mean, I'm sure there's some, maybe there's some option we need to use, but, because like, is it the dark shark? Yeah, it's the dark shark. Maybe that's the problem. Is it the dark shark? Didn't like the dark shark, but I'm sure it likes LDN 1235. Just rolls off the tongue. Great. Yep. Wait, what? That doesn't look all right. Well, I'm not sure if that's what I want, but in the meantime, I'm going to go image and I will use my newfound power to just retrieve the coordinates. Oh, hey, and it even filled out the name. Well, how do you like them? Oh, darn it. I'd meant to increase the gain. I'll have to remember to do that. And I'm not going to use the light pollution filter. So I'm going to just run that. And then I'm kind of troubled that my, I think I might have to change Wi-Fi networks. it's interesting because this is still going, but this said it lost its connection to the internet, which is which is problematic. Let me see if I can. Oh, it disconnected me from Wi-Fi? Well, that's not polite. That's not polite at all. What's going on here? It just... That is kind of broken. Let's see what this is. Let's see the... Now it says it's offline. Great. I think I might have to... I think the network got all screwed up. And I think my socket recovery code needs to be... Like, it would recover before, and I think there's been some change where it's not. Or maybe it's a me problem. Wouldn't be the first time. So I'm going to have to restart this and see what it's doing to the telescope. Or telescopes. See where it is. Okay. Here we go. And what is it doing? It says the scheduler stopped, of course, but it is stacking. So that's fine. That means, or the A telescope stacking. And the B telescope never got anywhere. It fell over, I guess, when it fell over when it I guess it was trying to send it to the dark shark. The dark shark, it jumped the shark, I guess. So let's try this again. See if it's a shark. Okay, so this is going to the target, and let's look at the live view. This one should be already starting on this one. Because this one's already stacked a few frames. The first dark nebula. Okay. Yeah, this one's going to be a challenge because first off, it's a dark nebula, and second off, the moon's up, and yeah, it's going to struggle, but it's a challenge. Okay, so this one's going finally. Great. Well, that was a little bumpy there, but it is in progress. Yeah, I definitely have done that. Or like I'll forget to check J2000 or something. Yeah, so the settings for the remote control in Stellarium, configuration, plugins, go to remote control, load on startup. I don't think I did anything particular. I think I just enabled the server, enable automatically on startup, and the port is 8090, which whatever port you put it on or whatever it's on should match this port here in the config toml, which this is the default port, so I presume this is also the default, but if it's for some reason different, and then save, and I think you might have to restart it after you turn it on, but that should be it. Now, that's if you're running Seestar ALP and Stellarium on the same box. If you're not, there is the ability to specify an ST host. So you could potentially have it running on your Raspberry Pi Seestar ALP and then run Stellarium on your desktop, and then it looks back. I mean, the Raspberry Pi connects to your desktop to pull the coordinates. But of course, then you might run into fire. I imagine that could cause problems. But yeah, I believe people have done that. Maybe Wiley Site did it. I don't know. Hello, Turf. Good evening. How's it going? Yeah, so this is imaging. Now, one issue that I had last live stream was what I was calling flapping, where the image would kind of live view would get in a state where it was alternating between the stacked view and kind of a preview frame, so it was kind of bouncing back and forth. And I made some changes, but we'll see if that actually helped. If not, I need to revisit it. Yeah, and this one, having artifacts like usual. Yeah, let me, there was something, I haven't come up with a good way of doing this that's releasable, but what was it? It was a way of zooming the image. It's kind of wonky, but did I end up deleting all that code? Let me before I get carried away. Oh yeah, I deleted all the code. Never mind. Anyway, so that's running. So what I plan on doing is doing a live mosaic of or do a mosaic, not a live mosaic, but I'm just gonna have one of the telescopes do a mosaic of the Heart Nebula and just let it run for a while, and then I'm going to do it on the A telescope, and then the B telescope I'm going to kind of hop through targets, and probably along the way I'll start working on the well, not the Pi initially. I'm going to do the image first. And then but yeah, another thing. So the comet, I wanted to talk about the comet a little bit. This well, first let me see. I've seen some good I'd seen some good aurora photos from people from Europe and across the US. I went out last night or the night before, and I didn't see anything here. I mean, it was kind of, it would have been surprising if something would have been visible, although I think Wiley said some people farther north in Texas saw stuff, saw some aurora, but I didn't hear. But I was looking at the space weather website. I mean, there's a couple of them, but this one from the National Oceanic Administration. And if it loads, so one thing that was kind of cool is, I think I showed this last live stream, but this is the comet, the 2023 comet, kind of passing near the sun. I mean, not near the sun, but line of sight. And so you can kind of, like a couple days ago, you could see the head of the comet, and now it's kind of moved along. But just kind of, I had this idea that, like, theoretically it would be possible to, I wanted to see if I could see the comet today. it would have been really ambitious. But my hope was that if the core of it was bright enough, if the nucleus was bright enough of the comet, I was hoping that maybe I could spot it with binoculars. But I tried and I failed this evening. I can't do it from my backyard because I can't see west, but I ended up going up the street, kind of walking around, finding an area where I could kind of see pretty close to the horizon, but I didn't see anything. So I'm going to try again tomorrow, but it'll definitely start becoming more like a lot higher in the sky very quickly. The like if we look at it, darn it. Yeah, okay. If we look at it so here at least sunset's at 7 p.m. So I'm going to go back to 7 p.m. And I'm also going to shut off I'm going to shut off this, the Seestar view. But, constellation. Wait, what is it to turn off the, okay. Sometimes I type a key sequence and I accidentally end up turning on the constellation lines. But you can see this horizontal line is the horizon. So it was only like 10 degrees above the horizon today. But I was able to see at least down to 5 degrees above the horizon, maybe even lower, because Houston's incredibly flat. And if you're in an area where there aren't trees, like a wide open space without buildings, you can see pretty close to the horizon. But then tomorrow, it's going to be 15 degrees above the horizon right as the sun is setting. Actually, the sun would be setting right around there. So yeah, over 15 degrees. And then on Sunday, it would be over 20 degrees. So I'm wanting to try it like every night until I see it, just to try to see it as close as I can to the as early as possible. But starting around the 13th, it'll be I think good. 13th through 16th, I think will be pretty good. One thing I'm intrigued by is on the 15th, it's going to be passing really close to M5, a globular cluster, and I don't. Yeah, it's too narrow of a field of view to appear, for both to appear in the same frame with the Seestar, but it would be interesting with like a telephoto lens to try to get both in one shot. I don't know if it'll be possible or not, because that will be kind of low, but could be interesting if somebody manages to do it. But yeah, that's on the 15th, the night of the 15th. And then on the 16th is just that much higher, like 30 degrees at sunset. And so, you'll actually be like an hour after, at sunset. Yeah, at sunset it'll be 30 degrees. So yeah, it'll be visible for like 2 hours. I mean, it won't set for 2 hours after sunset. So 16th, 15th, kind of cool. People 30 to 60 miles got north of Wiley Site got photos of the aurora. That's so close. That's unfortunate. What part doesn't operate? The Raspberry Pi version. I mean, I'm gonna make a new image and then I'm gonna put it on a Raspberry Pi and hopefully start Yeah, also your all sky camera got a good show of the aurora. That's cool. That's cool. So let's see. Oh, um, let me look at something real quick. Or let's look at something real quick. The Raspberry Pi, um, Seestar Alp runs with this service, and the working directory is that. And so I believe when it runs, so this is the directory it's essentially running out of, and um, the save frames. Wait, didn't mean to do that. Yeah, so save frames. Okay, yeah, here. So the directory, if config save frames dir. Oh, so the default config frames dir. Did you change the value of the config frames dir, or did you just leave it the default cosmic ray? Because if you do the default, sorry, the default should be just the current directory. I think it is. Yeah, it's the current directory. So wherever it's running from. So the directories should be relative to that. No, hopefully, theoretically, no. So let's get to the bottom of this. So let me change the default on mine. And let me change that. Well, oops. Okay, I'm gonna just change it. I should have used the web interface, but I didn't. So that should be the default. Turn on save frames. Actually, I'm not gonna turn on save frames. Let me see where the images are, or what's going on here. Since I had that, I'm gonna. Where's the default set? Well, if you don't have, I mean, what I would do is I would look in. Oh, sorry, I'm bouncing around. I would look in the SSE config page and see if it says like dot. And if it doesn't, just put a dot there, which means the current directory. Because in the code, if that save frames base dir isn't set, if it's not set, it ends up using a default that's defined in code, which is dot. So if it doesn't say dot in the config screen, set it to dot. And then it should be under the Seestar Alp directory. Now what I wanted to do is I wanted to check how these were doing. I might end up stopping this one just for now. This one seems to be making progress. This one, not so much. So I'm going to stop this one. Stats, schedule, stop. And I wanted to double check. Is there anything in here? Okay. Let's see what this does. let's see what this does. I'll go, actually, wait, what did let me look at the code again. Seestar imaging, target, or, oh, I'm wrong. It doesn't actually, dang it. It doesn't have the target name. Darn it. I thought I added that. That's not the target name, but it should be in a frames directory. So let me go ahead and wait, what is targeter? Sorry. No, it's the name of the device. Okay. Let me move the frames directory to the side. So there's no frames directory. And so if I go ahead, it should be, if you do it in the UI, it should be under Web UI, which is kind of a misleading place. I should probably break it out to a different section, but that's where it is right now, under Web UI. And it's the save frames base directory. So I'm going to go, so no frames directory. I'm going to turn this on. And I have one, since I have one camera here that's in live view mode, not on Pi version, and you updated it, like that should be, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check that. I mean, I'm 99% sure I committed this. I apologize if I didn't, but I did. Yeah, I should have that. Now, when did I commit this? Actually, yeah, if you ran the update 2 hours ago, what does it have as your version number in the bottom of the screen? I mean, this isn't, mine might be slightly newer, but it shouldn't matter. Actually, mine might not be any newer. Let me go look. Did it not? Do I need to restart? Sending star subscription preview. Sending star. I need to really fix it so it doesn't look at the. That is weird. Sending star subscription preview. And it's previewing it, but why isn't it saving it? Maybe I need to restart it. Okay, so 1.1. Why does mine say 73? But you have G9. I mean, it could possibly be a me problem. Yeah. Oh, this is a commit. For whatever reason, that's a commit from Saturday. That is, yeah, I don't know why. That is so weird. So yeah, you see 73, but why, if Cosmic Ray ran the update script? I mean, it should have. Yeah, downloaded from Git to down. Like, that doesn't make sense. It's the right. It wouldn't have been. That is so weird. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Python virtual env. So if it doesn't exist, but it should do, like the updates script, it does a git fetch, but then it should do a git pull, and it didn't error at all. That is so darn weird. That is so weird. Because either way, if the logic is, yeah, if there's not a Pi virtual environment, it runs this, but then it goes ahead and does the git pull, so it should still be current. That's very strange. Oh wow. That this is the shark. It looks like this one would have already been. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can always ping me in Discord. Like send me a DM or whatever. I'd be happy to figure this out. But and really, my philosophy is, if it's a problem for one person, it's going to be it's probably a problem for others as well. Not, I mean, not everybody, but like typically there aren't completely unique problems. So I want to get to the bottom of it in case there's some subtlety that we need to handle. So yeah, cosmic ray. Yeah, just meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out what my problem is because I turned on the save frames and then it's not working. Why isn't it working? Let me, because it should work. And okay, wait, save frames. And it should even log it. And it should log if it fails. And if it gets a preview image, it should immediately start trying to save things, and it's all wrapped in a try. You know what? I need to self.logger dot error f let's see, error saving. Okay, fine, because that's not right. Like it's, maybe it's just eating the error. I do actually have Skype. I actually even paid for Skype at some point because I was using it for a number, permanent, semi-permanent number. Okay, so, and then the other thing is, like, there were these socket timeouts, and I made some changes and I greatly reduced the timeouts, but obviously it's still happening. Um, the question is, why is it happening? Like, it came up, it connected to both telescopes, but then it got a malformed image, but then this loaded. Okay, well, maybe my Wi-Fi is deteriorating, which is spectacular. The good thing is it's a weekend, so maybe I'll spend some time trying to maybe redo the punch down cable. So the question is, it should save the images. And this one should be getting frames. It is updating. So why is it not saving? And it wouldn't get them as a zip. This telescope would be getting them. Let me see if I actually saved. I swear oh, maybe I didn't hit save on the configuration update. Oops. Let's try this again. Okay. So I'm going to start that up again. And actually, I didn't need to. I forgot that if you edit the file outside of, even if you edit it outside of the SSC interface, it'll reload. I realized I need to bring that into the frame. So let's see. So maybe it wasn't saving because I thought I had turned it on, but I had not. Error saving image wheel move? Oh, come on. Wheel move. Why does it think the file is named wheel move? Oh, maybe, wait, which telescope was that on? No, that was on the B telescope. Speaking of things, I might wheel. Wait, what? It's trying to error saving. Oh, did this change? Okay, let's see if this works. Why isn't it? Maybe some structure changed internally and I didn't realize it. I wasn't planning on doing this live coding, but I was going to do live Raspberry Pi image making, but okay. And it should start like printing out the, wait, what? Error saving image wheel move, unless, wait a second. I'm printing out the device state. Did I not just restart the program? Error saving image. I'll do, actually I can't do that. Can I? Yeah, I'll do that. Oops. I'll do, and Sorry, I really didn't plan on doing this live coding. What I'm trying to do is basically add some I'm not sure why that error is set wheel move, but it isn't printing here, which maybe makes me, let's try that. It's very strange. Oh. No? Okay. I'm going to have a sip of caffeine. All right, great. File name equals none. Okay. That is unexpected. That means it is failing. Like, it's failing pretty early. Because this print isn't happening. Oh no, it is. That is, oh, the device state is empty. Why is the event state empty? I think there were some internal changes because that didn't used to be empty. Sorry, let me, event state. Oh. Event state. Oh. Okay. What I'm going to do is, if it can't get the wheel state, it's just going to assume it's, yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to make this get the correct value. So I'm going to just, and then if wheel is none, wheel equals 1. Anyway, that's a problem for me to figure out maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably going to do a live stream tomorrow evening. I'll do this. My thought was I'd do the second half of the Raspberry Pi setup where I'm going to kind of try. The goal, hopefully, will be to create an image and put it on the SD card and run it on the Pi. But it'll just be a base Pi 5. My thought was I was actually going to do the deluxe one tomorrow where I actually put it in the case and, you know, get it all set up with everything. An object is not subscriptable. What? I love these errors. If wheel is none. Oh. Oops. Okay. I'm just gonna, this is really turning into a really gross fix, but I need to wrap this up so I can move on. But now it's one of those things where I'm finding an issue and I'm just want to try to prove to myself that it actually will create the directories. Okay, see, this is now fully obstructed. And we now have a frames directory, and it's opening the frames. So cool. So that is working. But there was possibly a bug in it. So, but you weren't, the version you were running was, for some reason, it's messed up. So we'll get to the bottom of that. But in the meantime, let me figure out a different target for this one on the right. And this one is so if we go look at Bernard 369 and go back to my terrible horizon and 369, you can see this target should be like, basically there's nebulosity and a kind of a faint loop there that goes all the way around. And I can kind of see it here. I mean, you can kind of tell that it's darker in the middle. So I think this is something where I just need to get a lot of data for it. So I might do this on several nights to try to get some of more detail and make it more apparent that there's, dark nebula in there. Meanwhile, speaking of dark nebula, this is pointing at my house, or somebody's house. So let me fix that. Hello, Chris makes that. How's it going? Can't. Hold on. Okay. I couldn't dismiss the message. All right. So let's find a target. It is a time where I can do the silver sliver if I want to do that again. I did that yesterday or last time. We also did the lion and the cave, although I think I didn't do as much time on the cave. Let me look at that. Yeah, maybe I need to do more time on the cave. I think I imaged it very briefly, but like this looks like an interesting feature in here, so maybe I'll do more on that. How's it go? Oh yeah, how's it going, Chris? It's going well here. I'm just finding bugs in my code and trying to find a target. I'm going to probably start a mosaic in a bit with one of the telescopes and just let that one run for the rest of the evening. So SH2 155. So let us go image SH2 155 and will it find it? Is that not the number? SH or LBN 529? Oh, right. I think I had a problem with some of these. 529. Oh, it did actually look it up. It just took a while. All right. It does have light pollution filter. I want to increase the gain. And the total session time, I'm going to try doing 45 minutes just for a start. Now, do I want to adjust the alignment on this at all? Maybe I want to make it a little, yeah, I think I want to make it a little off center just to get more of these stars and kind of have this kind of dark area Okay, so I'm going to call this Cave Nebula and use light pollution filter, 45 minutes, 110, go. All right, and actually what I need to do is turn off the save frames for now. And, okay, it is running. Let's make sure it doesn't use up more space. Let me go look to live view. And yeah, it's about to start stacking. Great. I think I'm going to stop this one shortly because this one has been going on for, it's got 37 minutes of integration time. Maybe I'll let it go for a little bit longer and then I'll stop that and then move this one onto, I'll move this one onto, or start doing the mosaic of the Heart Nebula. Okay. Where's the stack? I don't see any stack yet. And I want to double check that it's not saving frames. Okay, I don't see any messages about it saving a frame, so looks like we're good. Cool. But it's still showing the preview, not the stack frame. I need to spend a little bit of... the problem is sometimes when I'm rewriting or making changes to the code, it's in the evening and, you know, I'm not necessarily thinking clearly. But I feel like there's some fundamental logic I just need to think through, like the different states it can be in and how to address them. Hello, Chris. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Let's see. Okay. I also did fix some of the errors, like there was an exception error sometimes when you would like stop live view, it would log some error. It didn't cause any problems. It just was a lot of unnecessary noise, so I fixed that. Most of this doesn't matter, but 10 JPEGs of the moon. Yeah, that's the problem. A lot of the software does want JPEGs. I mean, FITs or TIFFs. I mean, so I don't know if some of the other software or if you'd have to convert it. Like, what do you call it? Yeah, you might have to convert it. I don't know if there's any software offhand. I don't know if software offhand that would read JPEGs. But I guess I generally haven't tried it because the first time I tried non-FITS files or non-TIFF files, the particular software I was using, which might have been Cyril, it didn't like it, so, or I think it didn't like it. Okay, so this is, yeah, it's up to 18 frames. Yeah. So we'll let this go for a while. I might go ahead and stop this one because this is actually pretty good. It only dropped 7 frames out of 245, and this is with not an equatorial mode. I haven't had a chance to do equatorial mode though. But yeah, you can definitely see kind of these black areas here. Like there's the kind of the dark nebula I think if I got like a few hours of data here, you could see kind of the black, you know, the darker regions more clearly. Like if I zoom in on here, you can kind of see, like those aren't, I don't think these are artifacts. I think those are um, actually, yeah, like there's like all this kind of detail in here. Now, like, where are these two stars? Okay, it's these two stars. So yeah, see, like there's this kind of almost like a tendril of dark nebula there, and I think that's it, maybe, and kind of like some branches there. It's subtle, but I mean it's a dark nebula and not ideal conditions with the moon up and all. Um, okay, pip should convert it. Cool. The target Pac-Man is that the target you're asking if I'm doing it? Because the one target I'm doing is the Cave Nebula, and the other one is this dark nebula that's adjacent to the Line Nebula. So like the Line Nebula is here, but then there's this Barnard 369, which is, again, it looks like just an area with no nebula, but it's actually a dark nebula, which actually I wonder if the other survey shows it better. The DSS. Does that show it better? Because some of these surveys, they'll show it a lot better, and then others won't be as good. Yeah, so you can kind of see. Yeah, although it's weird because like the wavelengths, this isn't as pronounced, but the dark nebula is definitely more pronounced in this, where it's just kind of like a hole where you don't see stars, and I think that's somewhere in. Yeah, I think it's somewhere in this region is kind of the lack of stars. But yeah, something to get more time on. And then there's also like other bits of it here. And I think some of that's this area here, like these starless areas are actually part of the dark nebula. I blame Cosmic Ray. Cosmic Ray was suggesting a bunch of dark nebula, and now I'm like wanting to try to image this. Because a lot of the other ones I couldn't get to because they were too close to another building. Anyway, so this one, yeah, so we got, I mean, this is a good drop frame ratio. Got almost 45 minutes of data, so I'm going to go ahead and stop this. And I'm going to move this one on to doing a mosaic of the Heart Nebula. And I was going to take advantage of the planning module to figure out what I was going to do for the mosaic. What in the world is this line? It's got like, let me reload that. Okay. So I want to do, what was the heart? It is, because I always wanted to use the NGC, it is 7290. No, that's the helix. Forgot about the helix. What is the Heart Nebula? Yeah, it doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do, since I'm doing Alt-Az, I'm going to do, let's start with 3x3 and see how bad, if that's too much or too little. I mean, I'm probably not going to get the whole works of it, so that's okay. Yeah. I mean, do I want to do, maybe I will do 3 by 3. 6 versus 9 panels. Because if I do 9 panels, I get the whole height of it. I don't get the whole width of it. But the problem is, well, there isn't a manual kind of override, so I might have to, what I want to do really is have, although if I have 3 by 2, the problem is 3 by 2, I guess 3 by 2 would be okay. Maybe I'll just not overcomplicate it and I'll just do I want to do 3? I'm wavering if the extra panels are really worth it. Um, hmm. Maybe I'll just stick with this. I mean, this is going to be kind of an experiment. The conditions are kind of a little iffy, but I do have quite a few clear nights ahead, so I can always adjust if I don't like it. 50% overlap, total session time. Let's see, it's 9:30. I have 6 panels. If I do half an hour each panel, that's 3 hours. But that's only 12:30, so if I go, I don't want to do a full hour per panel because that would be 6 hours. And I'm only doing it on one telescope, I want to leave this one free. So if I split the difference, 4.5 hours gets me to 2 in the morning. And that's, yeah, I'll do that. 4 hours. Or I'll just do 4 hours. Let it do the math. Because 4 hours gets me to 1:30, which is fine. We'll do that. And I'm going to increase gain, use light pollution filter, 50% overlap, blah, 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 and go. And make sure it's in the right scope. Start. And it's off to the races on that one. The extra will give you crop data. Yeah. Yeah. If I were to do 5 hours, that's 300 minutes. And if I did 9 frames, it would be over half an hour a frame. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to clear it. I'll go back to the planning. And actually, the other reason I need to fix this is I always put the size of the mosaic in the name. Like the name will get automatically filled out, but then I'll manually adjust afterwards. Yeah, lots of field rotation. That's a good point. I mean, I'm going to start with 9. Why is this? It's so fussy. Hold on. I actually have a mouse here that I was using on my mini PC. I feel like I need an actual scroll wheel. Give me a second. Sorry, that's awkward. I feel like I need an actual scroll wheel so I don't keep overshooting. Whoa. Move this out of my assistant out of the way. Had to move my assistant out of the way, but okay. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, I mean there's Jovi who sometimes is on the stream has a long list of things he wants to add to it. And that's there's a bunch of you could always just see the Seestar app like yeah, I'm stubborn this way that trying to well, and plus I'm not running a version that has the mosaics on it, so we've got this. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna I mean really what I want is 4x3 and then I get I mean do I want to do 4x3? Because if I do 4x3 I get more of the fish nebula. And but the problem is if I do 5 hours, this is 12 panels. It'd be 25 minutes a panel. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. I'll do that. I mean, I'm going to do this over multiple nights. The conditions are going to be cooperative. So maybe I'll do this over several nights. And then if I do this exact same mosaic over 3 nights, 4 nights, 4 nights, I'd have 2 hours per panel. Well, in the best case, assuming there aren't massive failures. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, 50% overlap, total session time 5 hours. And I'm going to crank up the gain, turn on the light pollution filter, and go. And I'm going to actually export this to be, oh, dang it. That's fine. 4x3. Actually, what I'm losing my mind here. I mean, that's a short trip. Or, not a short trip. Anyway, Heart Nebula. I mangled my metaphor. 4, 3, 50, 50%. Okay, cool. I'm going to do this, 5 hours, 110. And before I schedule it, I need to change this name to be Heart Nebula 4x3. Because I always put that in the name so then I can more easily add. Like if I do different mosaic sizes for the same target, I can distinguish them, because otherwise I end up with a directory of like Heart Nebula 1.1, and it's for all of the different mosaic sizes, including a single image mosaic, a single panel mosaic, 5 hours, 110, yada, yada, yada. Okay, will this actually, 4x3, let's do that, and then we'll do this again. Let's see if this actually exports. It's fine. Start running. So what do you do with all the images? Why do you do this? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a giant mosaic of the Heart Nebula. So I'm going to do it and my plan is to do kind of a rough mosaic, kind of rough out the mosaic on maybe the next live stream, like from the first night. And I'm going to keep processing it on subsequent, I'm going to keep capturing data for the same that's why I saved the schedule. I can reload the same schedule and run it several nights in a row. And so I'll accumulate a lot of data and hopefully end up with something that looks reasonable. But yeah, that's why I am going to process it. I do process it, and I think you or someone asked like I should put my images, or was asking where I put my images, and I definitely need to put them out there more. This one is subtle. That is very subtle. But it's only 100 stacked frames, so I'll keep this one going for a while. Oh, and it finally dropped a frame after 100 frames. Let's go see what this is doing. Okay. No errors, 6 frames, so let's go look at live view. so we do have this this image there are like different groups out there where people will pool their images from their of a given target. So like they'll do a mosaic of the Andromeda galaxy, and there'll be tons of data. And on this other Discord server, the one for Seestar Alp, they have, it's called Ultra Stacks, and the amount of data out there for the last one, because it was on this Google Drive that had like a 10 gig limit, and we hit the limit. So I think it might be 20 gig of data, 20 gig of zipped fit files. So I don't even want to know how much data is in there. Like, I mean, you say like a million images, but I mean, it wouldn't be a million, but it's a lot. Like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't processed any of it, and I don't think I will, but whoever's processing it, I'm sure it's just gonna bring their computer to its knees. This guy is definitely the life of the party. Which one of us? AJ Cook, hi. Thanks for joining. Okay, it's on the 1-1 frame. And so it's on 15 frames. Now, there isn't much on this in this image here, so, or at least not yet. But is it updating? This one's finally starting to show a little bit more detail here. It's kind of got some artifacts, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the electric EAA. But yeah, so I mean, like that's why I kind of didn't want to do a multi-hour mosaic on both telescopes, just because I wanted to keep this one free so I could kind of point at different targets and not have, and then this one's just kind of going to be going along for a few hours. I might just, maybe I bring up this and just kind of downsize this a little bit. Yeah, it's starting to show something. I mean, the conditions are challenging. The moon's still up, so that isn't helping. Now, how long is this? Okay. I don't know if this still had an active, does this still have an active schedule on that? Schedule, yeah, so it's 45 minutes. And so it's like halfway. Yeah, halfway. So what I'm going to do now Let me see if I can remember how to build the image. So go to my that computer. Ooh. Trying to remember how to log into this computer. Let's see. Oh. This is kind of a problem. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of confusing myself because I was like trying to figure out how to log in to the computer. It's called Touring that I make the images on, and I'm like, why isn't it working? And then I missed the detail that I actually am logged into the box already. So let me go try to figure out where I had left all this. It is, when was the last time? It was back in August. Yikes. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out what I did. All right. Okay. All right. So, all right. I was going back and looking through some old history. Actually, let me figure out which directory this was in. All right. It is in so that is it there, and I'm okay. AstroPi images. That makes sense. What a logical name. All right. So let's see if we can figure this out. Again, I haven't done this in a while, so wait. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let us see why this isn't, okay, and, okay. All right. And I had like a script, but it's like, it's still not completely automated. So let's look at, make sure, let me run this build script. See if it works. So what this script does is it takes the base Raspberry Pi image and it runs this software called SSC on it. And because this is actually running on an Intel Linux box. It's running in a not just a virtual machine, but an emulator. It's actually building it in a Raspberry Pi, kind of the same. It's basically an ARM emulator that's running on my Intel computer that is kind of doing some of the work. I think it does some of it in the on the Intel side, but then some of it for like running the scripts in case you have like binaries inside the Pi image. It runs that in the kind of emulator virtual machine. So yeah, it runs that, and it does some things like it compacts the image after it kind of does what it needs to do. It also installs like updates on the base Pi image so it's up to date. So we'll see if this even works. And actually, I didn't realize that cable was hanging there the whole time. That was unintentional, but it was convenient because I needed an extra HDMI cable, and there was one hanging above me. Oh, okay. So that's good to know. For some reason, auto stacker kind of popped in my head, but I'm like, I have no experience with it, so I didn't want to suggest things that wouldn't work, but I'm glad that worked. That's great. It's also good to know, just in case. Next time somebody asks. So this is running. This takes a while. Oh, because it's updating the Pi image with the latest packages. So it's like downloading a bunch of stuff. Like every and the problem is the base image I'm using is from July. I don't know if there's a newer one. Let me see. Software. I mean, I was looking at do I have it? I don't have it here, but I was looking at BBS emulators. You can do, I'm sure there's a C64 in the browser. JavaScript. There we go. Look at that. Ready. Oh man, what is this keyboard? Holy moly. The punctuation's all messed up. Wow. That is impossible. Wow, an arrow. Commodore 64 keyboard. Let's see, where is the comma? I mean, where's the quote? Double quote is shift 2. So is that going to work? Yes, it did. That's funny. Oops. Print. Hello world. Ta-da. Yeah. That was, bet you weren't expecting to see me typing basic in a Commodore 64 emulator when you started watching this stream. Because I sure wasn't expecting to be doing that. But anyway. Oh, and it has sound? Wow. I could really load stuff up. It's like 100 print. I'm gonna regret this. Hi. 200 go to 100. Make it stop. Constant infinite loop. Nice. Okay. Luckily you could reboot it by reloading the browser. Oh, we got 38 kilobytes of RAM free. Almost 39. Well, not kilobytes, kilobytes or whatever. Almost 39,000 bytes of RAM free. Yeah. Honestly, I wished I had a Commodore 64. I only had a VIC 20. Um and that only had 5 kilobytes of RAM, but only 3.5K were usable. So yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you never know. You never know what's going to happen on this, Just kind of goes wherever. But hey, keeps it See, this is why I want to do like a retro computing channel or something. Or just kind of a channel where I like my other channel. I mean, I don't have anything really recent on that one, so I've thought about doing more stuff like that. So oh yeah, so if you want to see other interesting combinations of live coding, retro computing, and astronomy, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Um, Meanwhile, I was trying to figure out which image. No, this isn't the imager. PiOS 64-bit. Okay, so the July release is the most recent one. So that's unfortunate, but so that's just gonna take a while. Basically, it has to run the updates to, load the latest software on it. So I'm not sure how long that's going to take. So we'll leave that go for a bit. We'll check in later. Oh no, funny that I just I threatened to ignore it for a while, and it decided to finish. Okay. Create user, ran the build script. Firmware unmount. It ran the post install. Relocating blocks. So this is where it kind of tries to free up the space to, because like in the process of doing all that stuff, it allocated some space and then deleted it. But then the disk image ends up having like empty blocks in there that just waste space. So I have it kind of compact itself so you don't have the unnecessary stuff. And now it actually is dumping it out and XZ compressing it. So let's go back to the browser. Stacking 13 gig raw. Wow. Yeah, I imagine the fans are like, yeah, like a jet engine. First machine TI 99 4A. Yeah, I remember those. I never had one. I might have known people who had it. I remember I was in college, like, it wasn't that many years later, less than 10 years after that computer was out. But I mean, there were already 32-bit machines out there, so it was kind of obsolete at that point. But I remember a friend of mine, he had ended up picking up some of those, or picking up a bunch of 80s computers, 8-bit computers. Altair, wow. That's I think you win. Altair 8800. Oh yeah, you win. You definitely win. The Altair. I remember, so I had the VIC 20 and I went to this computer store. Like there were these computer stores in Houston in the early 80s, kind of when they were interesting. They, you definitely had like the gray beard types in there, like who owned it or whatever. And I remember this one particularly that they had, like they had Commodore PET computers there, which I thought were the coolest things. Yeah. And I was actually at like this maker space a few like 5 years ago or so. Maybe it was a little bit more than that. And they'd taken a Commodore PET, and I don't know what it was running internally, but it still had the green screen. It was still like CRT, and they had like a sign up program running on the Commodore PET. So I was thinking it's probably running like something else internally, and it's just interfacing with the electronics. Um, but it was kind of funny because it was like it as far as I could tell, it was an original. Like at least the case was an original PET, and it was a CRT green screen, and so like you could type stuff into it, which was wild. Yeah, yeah, the 99.4 Ohio Scientific. Now that is, I don't have I ever seen this one? Sing super bored. Did I had I ever run across one of those? I don't remember if I ever did. Oh, huh. Let me I'll be right back. I go on these tangents, but we're waiting for and we can let me switch to the live view so we can watch the stack here. Okay, so this one's coming along. Still on the first panel, and I believe I figured it was going to be 25 minutes per panel, so this one's actually almost done. So I'm definitely going to need to run this multiple nights. This one is, yeah, this one actually isn't too bad for the amount of data. Hold on a sec. I thought I had some computer off screen that I could do another show and tell, but I think I know where it is, but I can't get to it easily uh, tonight. But maybe I'll look for it. But not quite as old as an Ohio Scientific, but definitely something from the early '80s. I actually have now that I think about it, I have a few old computers. Oh gosh, I should bring that down. I have this old JVC all-in-one cassette player, radio, and black and white TV. Kind of a little portable all-in-one entertainment device from the '80s that's sitting over there. I need to pull that down. Like there's stuff on top of it, so it would make too much noise if I pulled it down right now. But maybe for my retro stream. Um, and maybe I'll just do weird crossover things on here, just like programming on Commodore 64. What else can we do? This it's got the function keys. Oh, Control C. Joystick. Oh, nice. Laser zone. Load and play. Oh yeah. Wow. Okay. Oh, can I make this? I can make it full screen. Oh yeah. This is completely unnecessary, but press fire. Oh, I don't have a joystick plugged in. Darn it. I need to find a joystick. That's awesome. Imagine if you joined the live stream at this moment. It's like an astronomy live stream. It's like, what in the world? Oh, up to an hour on Pac-Man. Nice. Nice. I'm having too much time with this. Wow. I need to stop doing this because this is like clearly a rabbit hole. Um so the telescopes are okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, let it run all night. Oh, this this panel, so it's now moving on to the next panel. Cool. Yeah. It's but yeah, if you haven't liked and subscribed, um please like and subscribe. And yeah, I've yeah, sorry, I'm distracted. I just saw that this one ended. So this one is free now for another target. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I imagine that there's not too many. And actually, I could combine the two. Forget these like newfangled things like Raspberry Pis. I need to do something like, oh, hold on a second. Yeah. Yeah, next will be yeah. Um oh, one of those 8-bit do controllers. Oh, that's awesome. I need to I'm making a note about bringing out some of my retro stuff. So I have this I have this thing I need to complete. It's basically obsolescence.dev. It's a PDP 11. Um but basically it's not a 1-to-1 scale, it's a 6-to-10 scale. So it's not full size PDP 11, but it's basically the what do you call it? It's basically the it looks like a PDP 11. It's got the switches, they work, the LEDs work, the knobs and dials work, and it actually uses it just shows how much computing has changed. It runs a it's controlled by a Raspberry Pi using a VAX emulator. So it actually will run System 3 or System 7 Unix on a on this emulator where it thinks it's running, on a PDP 11. And people have been like adding stuff to it, and yeah, but it's otherwise it's like the same image that they ran on PDP 11s. And it'll run that. And I actually have the kit sitting over there. And so I was thinking, if I get that running, if I get that assembled with the Raspberry Pi, I could be controlling my Seestars with a PDP 11. Just why not? Oh yeah, because then I could have like toggle switches to like go from target to target or something. Have like a more, none of these like graphical user interfaces have like mechanical switches to pick the next target, or the dial, use a dial to like go to the next target. Yeah. Actually, it's funny you mentioned that. There are 3D printed models of that, and I was actually thinking of 3D printing that. That would be, I'd have that. Yeah, Kerbal Split people make control pads. Yeah, I've actually seen that. I've seen that. I saw a place where they sell like control panel switches that are like the Apollo spacecraft. Uh, I mean, they look really really impressive, but they aren't cheap. Okay, so this telescope is good to go. So let's find another target for this. Yeah, bong to the next target. Yeah, yeah. Need to have a. Oh God, like I'm going off the rails. Have like a use one of those old joysticks, like an Atari joystick, to kind of control your Seestar. That would be cool. Or for some definition of cool, I guess. Um, let's see. Okay, so we've got lion. Any suggestions for targets? Um, I think some of these dark nebulas I can't image right now because they're obstructed. Um, I did the lion and the cave, or I was the dark nebula next to the cave nebula. The cocoon nebula. Well, which one was that one? I had a note about that. And I don't even know if I can see it right now. Yeah, I can see it. Is it small? Is it big? Oh, yeah. No, that's nice. I could potentially do that one. If there's no other suggestions. I have done the Fish Head Nebula, but I'm actually getting it as part of the Heart Nebula, so don't need to do that. It, sorry about that. Knocked him over. Helix Nebula? No. Any suggestions? Is the helix visible? That's kind of hit or miss. And the moon's kind of down there too, so maybe not the best. But I could do the Cocoon Nebula. That looks nice. I see. But what would be another one we could try? That isn't too far out of. Oh, you know, I feel like I haven't gotten enough of the Wizard Nebula. That looks interesting. Let me do that. Or maybe not. Maybe I have gotten enough of it. Wait. Oops. I had paused time, and so I wasn't looking at the right thing. Okay, yeah, the Wizard Nebula. That's why the Wizard Nebula is kind of rotating to a position where I don't necessarily want to image it because it doesn't have much time before. You know, the Baby Nebula, I feel like I haven't gotten any time on the Baby Nebula. Let's look at that. I'll do the Baby Nebula. IC 1848. Although I'll just do a single thing of the Baby Nebula, but I think I could do a panorama of it some other night. Just playing around with the framing here. Yeah, I think I'll do that framing. So let's go to this. We'll do 45 minutes of this. Image that, and I'll call this Baby Nebula. And total session time, did I say 45 minutes? I'll do 45 minutes, and I'll do light pollution filter. Yeah, so I'm going to do this framing of the Baby Nebula. Okay. And yep, it's going. So yeah, so that's going. Let's check on the Seestar image. Okay, so that, what? Oh, okay, so let's see what that, all right. Yeah, so the last image I created was August 8th. Okay, so let's see. Let us see what we shall see. Now this is on the wrong computer, so let me copy it off to this computer. And okay, let's see. And the file is, let's copy that. And okay, and wait, did that fail immediately? Oh no. It's just working. Okay. And this image is reasonably decent size. How am I copying this? Okay. Man, that's slow. I think I'm copying it over 2 gigahertz Wi-Fi, even though the computers are like next to each other. That's kind of unfortunate. I mean, it's like an 800 meg image, but it's making progress. Let's see. All right. Boy, that's subtle. Now, what is this one? Well, that's not really an open star cluster. I don't like it when they kind of lump things together. So helps if I know how to spell. Baby nebula. That's totally what it looks like. It's not quite. Okay, it's an emission nebula. Okay, good. I was afraid if it was like a reflection nebula, but it is an emission nebula, so it's just, this might be a target that will just need a lot of data, so. Okay. All right, so, and this one is second panel of the Heart Nebula. Geez. It's gotten 11 minutes of data, or not, yeah, 11 minutes. And it's so subtle, so yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get at least 2 or 3 hours per panel, but I'm getting 25 minutes per panel. So if I can run this every night, every clear night for the next few nights, I should be able to get something reasonable. This, I can't see anything really here besides stars and artifacts. Let's check on the copy. It is a minute and a half, and the image will be copied to the laptop, and I can plug in the SD card. I'll go ahead and actually plug that in. And I can go, let's see, let's run the Raspberry Pi imager. Let's see, Raspberry Pi imager. All right. I was just thinking of the Commodore 64. Okay, so I've got the Pi imager here. I'm going to pick Pi 5, choose OS. I'm going to do use custom. So I need to wait for the image to finish copying. Should be done less than a minute, 40 some seconds here. Let's see, Astro Images. Cool. All right. And 20 seconds. Yeah. So my plan is for tomorrow, assuming something doesn't come up, but I'm planning on having a live stream tomorrow. I'm actually going to go, what do you call it? Kind of excessive build, but I plan on using this case, this argon case, which has an M2 hat or adapter in there. I've got my what do you call it? My M2 NVMe SSD. I've got the Pi. The argon case has a cooler. Now the only thing I figured is I was going to put the AllSky software on here, but the problem is I don't think I'll be able to use I'll have to figure out what I'm doing for a camera, because I won't be able to use the Pi HQ camera. I won't be able to use this camera because it uses a ribbon cable, and there doesn't appear to be an opening in this case for the ribbon cable. I could Dremel a hole in it, but or something, but I wasn't planning on it. So I'll have to figure out what I'm doing for the case. I mean, for the camera, for the AllSky. But what I wanted to do is basically, so this is just the vanilla image with Seestar Alp on it, the latest version. My plan is to have is to build another image tomorrow, but like kind of a deluxe image with Seestar Alp on it, AllSky, Cockpit, which is like a admin tool, and what else did I have on the list? I also had, what else did I had? Oh, right, yeah. So Seestar Alp, the AllSky software, Rasp AP, so if you want to make a standalone access point out of your Raspberry Pi, like for the Seestars to connect to, it'll have that on there. And Cockpit, which is a system level kind of admin web interface. So theoretically, with all that, it would cover a lot of bases. It would be a heavier image, and I plan on, basically I want to script up the ability to create both of the images and really automate it ideally. But then, but that's the plan for tomorrow, assuming this works tonight. And even if it doesn't work tonight, I'll figure it out like tomorrow during the day why it didn't work. But then the plan is to kind of up the ante tomorrow. So that's the plan. Oh, wait. Forgot, I have my do not adjust your monitor. Do not adjust the monitor. I need to turn off. I always forget to turn off the night shift functionality, which starts yellowing the screen. You saw it a little bit, but I saw it a lot. Moon. The problem is right now, I think the moon has rotated out of view, but let me check. I think the moon's out of view right now. because in my backyard, it's only visible. Yeah, it's not visible right now. But around this time tomorrow, it will be visible. Basically, it kind of it goes through this narrow window here, and so like an hour ago, it was kind of visible here. Um, but like tomorrow, yeah, it'll be visible a little earlier. So let me make a note about that because that would be cool. That would be cool. Um, let's see, would be okay. I'll do that. I'll try that. Yeah, I've seen some really good results from people that have done that. Recommend against. Okay. Well, maybe not Raspberry, but at least the other stuff. It's very applicable. Hey, we could, or 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 I could do the PDP-11 emulator. So if you want to run Linux system 3 Unix on it, you could. If you want to play a good game of what was the name of that game? What was it called? Was it Trade? What was it called? Wars? I forget the name of the game. Anyway, there's a lot of software. Core War? Maybe it was Core War? No, that was a different one. Anyway. Yeah. Pong. Well, no, there was another one that they let me see, what was it? Yeah. Yeah, it like you have to you can halt the system and you can single step through the operating system if you want. Um, but yeah, people have old Unix version 6, version 7, RT11, Adventure. That's what I was thinking of, Adventure. They had Adventure. Um, oh, and then somebody has one of the old what were those called? The old vector graphics terminals, I think. Yeah, the vector graphics terminal, where instead of yeah, Tektronix vector display emulator. Nice. So you can have you can do Tektronix vector graphics. Again, if somebody tuned in, they're like, "What am I looking at?" 120 frames, no drops. Like that is interesting. Weird. I'll take it though. I mean, for alt azimuth mode, this one is just accumulating. But I mean, you can start seeing some nebulosity in here, but clearly I need to get like a lot of data of the baby nebula to have anything sensible. Which reminds me, I need to go, because I picked a very specific coordinate for this. I need to go to the schedule and I need to export that. Because I didn't pick the coordinate that Simbad returns. I kind of adjusted it a little bit. So I want to make sure I'm going off the exact same coordinate. So I go back to live. Space War. That was it. That was it. Space War, thanks. I knew it was something like war. Does it have space? Yes. Oh no, it has Space Invaders. Unix version 7 Space War. Space War exclamation mark. On a PDP-1. Wow. Yikes. Wow. I like this. It leaves trails because of the phosphors. I like that. Space War. Do they have that on? I swear they have that on the Pi DP 11 Space War. Yeah. Oh, somebody somebody has Space War in HTML5, of course. Oh boy. Okay, now I have to now I'm getting distracted. Space War HTML5. There we go. It's got the round display and everything. Oh, nice. Press the key to continue. How does the, what, I missed the controls. Wait, let me reload the browser. Oh, okay, it's WASD. Okay, fine. I'm terrible on games. Okay. Hyperspace is Q and U. Alternate fire is 4 and O? Oh, 4. Okay. Okay, got it. Ah, oh, what am I doing? Nailed it. Okay, I'm moving on. Okay. I'm terrible with games. Okay, so the thing finished copying. So let's go back to the image I copied over. Okay. All right. So I started copying the, let's see. Down here, I should have, here's the image. This is the one I just generated today. And choose storage. I don't want to use my external SSD. I want to use this brand new memory card, which let me double check that it's actually what I think it is. Okay. It's thinking, okay, yeah, that's a blank, hold on. I'm just ejecting something else, and then I will write the image, and then we will try to boot this thing up. All right, cool. So that is there, and let me customize the settings. What should I call it? I'll call the host name. What should I call the host name? I'll call it, what did I call it before? I don't think I called it Seestar Alp, but I'll call it, maybe I'll just call it ALP for short. I'm not going to change that. Is this moving on to the next panel? Yep, this is going on to the next panel. Oh, it's already on frame 18 of the next panel. And this one's still going. Cool. Okay. So, configure wireless LAN. This guy keeps taking a fall here. I need to move this. I need to find a safer home for this. Um, call it Bobber. Yeah, I need to name it. I need to name my assistant here. Okay. Okay, hide. It's UK, not UK, it's US Wi-Fi. And locale is set to the US. And I have SSH turned on. And okay. All right. I'm not gonna. Let's see if this all works. So the computer is just going to be called ALP. So I customized it. I didn't change the user, the default user or anything. So I'm going to apply the settings. Yes, I want to make sure. So now it's going to write the new drive. And meanwhile, I can open this up. I literally, well, that would be awkward if this thing doesn't even work. I literally haven't tried it. So here's the Pi 5. And let's see what else is in here. It's just the instructions that I never reference. No, I'm anyway, it's so yeah. Here's the 5, and I have a powered brick that I got. Oh. Forgot to it was waiting for me to give it permission. Kind of. There we go. So we got the power brick. And so once this is done, because otherwise I won't know if it's booted or not, I think I'm going to try to put the Pi's display on the stream. So let me figure out which one of the video adapters. I always get it wrong because I either boot them up headless or I don't boot them up, or I have a monitor plugged in and it's okay. So I think this is the right adapter. We'll find out. And it is the right adapter. So I've got this, the micro HDMI to HDMI. I have this random HDMI cable I grabbed earlier right here. So that's plugged in. I just need to plug in the power brick so it'll be ready to go. Okay. So the power brick is plugged in. The Pi is not yet plugged in, so now the thing I need to try. Oh, is this like bouncing back and forth between the preview and the stack? I think it is. I thought I'd fix that, but apparently not. So, oh, yeah. That is very frustrating. So I'm just going off that. So the image is still writing. I need to, image is still writing. Let me look at the program, at my switcher to see which display I can run it. I'm going to run it on. Okay. Do I have any particular layouts that would be good for this? So this is 1 and 3. So do I have one with 1, 2, and 3? What in the world is that layout? 4. It also has 4. What is 4? I'm confused. I'm trying to figure out how to get everything I want on the screen at once. I may end up like switching between some interfaces or some layouts on the screen to figure out which one I want to get on screen, which one will do what I want to do. But what I might end up just doing is switching off this computer to the Pi while it's booting so we can verify that everything is okay. Speaking of which, it is verifying what it had written. So once that's done, I eject it, plug it in, and if this works, then I will upload it to the website, so there'll be a more recent image. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do an alternate image. I'm gonna use this this one. This program's having problems. Let me restart it. The thing that I used to switch between the different layouts on the screen is having issues. So let's see if I can. This is still loading. Or it's still verifying. So once that's done, I eject it, put it in the Pi, switch to the Pi's output, and we'll see how it goes. Now I don't have a keyboard plugged into the Pi or a mouse, so we're just going to look at the screen while it's booting up. Like if you're running it headless, you wouldn't need to see any of that, but I just want to see it booting, make sure it's looking okay. Okay, you can now remove the card from the reader. So I'm pulling this out, and I can put that aside, get the image, the SD card out with the latest Seestar Alp. I know this has been a long time that I said I was going to do this. I've been saying it for a long time, but now I'm finally doing it. So let me switch to the see if this works. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if this is. Let me move me down into the corner. Okay. And let me all right. Okay. So I have the Pi. I just need to plug it in. And the only problem with this setup is like when you're seeing the computer screen, I have my laptop and an external monitor here, and it's got a splitter on it. So what you see on the stream is also what's on the monitor. The problem is this is just going directly, this video cable is just going directly onto the, it's directly getting captured without any splitter. So I can't actually see what's coming up on the screen without kind of looking at this overview monitor. So if you see me kind of looking strangely off to the side, that's what I'm doing. So here goes nothing. Okay, the light is on. Mind you, I've never booted this Pi before. I may not even have it on the wrong, right, I think I have it on the wrong display. Up. Sorry, I ended up unplugging it. There's two video outputs on the Pi, so the Pi 4 and 5, so I think it was a 50-50 chance that I'd plug it into the wrong one. And maybe it's still in the wrong one. I think this is the right display. Kind of surprised. Yeah, hopefully no blue smoke. I mean, the light's still going. And like I say, if this doesn't work, oh, there's something on the screen. What does it say? Oh yeah, it's the Linux boot up. Cool. It's booting. It's like so small over, like it's a monitor over there. Hopefully it's not saying anything that like this is terrible. Okay, stacked 50%. Cool. Did it just reboot? I hope it just because when you first okay, restart 20 seconds. The problem is the screen. It's like this kind of monitor that I have that has like some stream stuff on it, but it's like it's connected to all the stuff that's actually doing the streaming, like the streaming computer. And the problem is they're like it's over there. That's why I want to redo this desk or this table and the desk and kind of have everything in one place because it makes it a bit awkward. Most of the time it's okay, but right now it's kind of awkward. Is it at a login prompt? Okay, cool. Yeah, ALP login. Great. Then that means so I can actually switch back to this view. And let me bring up the terminal. Actually, I'm not even going to bring up the terminal. Let me try going to alp.local 5432. Oh, boom. Well, that didn't work. Oh, should have worked. Well, that is okay. %90 stack before what? Oh, before like let's see. Oh. After all that, the image didn't even build. Oh man. Well, that was syntax. Okay, fine. Fine. Not fine, but fine. Okay. Let me look at this real quick off screen. Figure out what's going on. What's really strange about that is That shouldn't have. That is so weird. So, oh. I've taken it to another level. Before I just was crashing Seestar Alp. Now I'm like having issues with yeah, hold on. Build.sh. Um okay, it's okay. So reads the file. Wait, what? I'm just looking at this off. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Sorry. So this error is saying that is very strange. That almost doesn't make sense. I wonder, sorry, let me, I'm gonna try this again. I'm going ahead and, whoa. Oh. Sorry, let's go back to here just so we can at least look at what the other scopes are doing while I'm kind of flailing about over here. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's fine. If some of the frames are, yeah, you don't have to stack. I mean, I rarely, almost never stack 100% because usually there's some bad stuff. And yeah, like Seiko said, it depends on the data. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see, why is this acting weird? All right, and we're gonna try. Okay, and now I'm gonna try this again. Okay. Okay, so I'm rerunning this build. And really what I need to do now too is like, and this is what happened a few times, but I'm gonna shut that off. It's very strange. And I mean, I'm going to rewrite this image anyway, so. Yeah. All right. It's running the build script. Like, as long as that took, that meant that whole build script just wasn't. This might be something where I end up having to do it tomorrow. Yeah, might have to end up doing this tomorrow at the rate this is going. If this doesn't work, well, I'll have to do it tomorrow. That's kind of a bummer. In which case, maybe I'll, yeah, maybe in which case I'll end up, if this doesn't work, tomorrow I'll sort out the kind of the base image. I'll get that out there, updated on the website. One thing I had been doing is I had this kind of weird URL here, this CloudFront URL. I did I had been meaning to set up a mapping to my domain, one of my domains, and so I have like I should give it a different image, but for now, and I guess I could call it ALP, but I wanted to have more there. Maybe I'll call it ALP. I'll make a note to that, so it'll be like alp.astrophotography.tv, and then instead of having to go to a subdirectory, you'll go directly to this. Anyway, if this doesn't work tonight, I'll generate a new image during the day, put it out there, and then tomorrow on the live stream, because I'm planning on doing a live stream because it's supposed to be clear, I'll still go ahead and, well, I'll do the basic. I might re-image the pie with the base image, test that works, and then start on the kind of deluxe image, or the whatever, the works. And maybe there'll be some Commodore 64 emulators. You just never know where things are going to go. Okay, so this is on the 4th panel. Cool. This one's making progress. I think this was only, and look at this again. This drop ratio is really good for alt azimuth. But this is finally starting to get some details, the baby nebula. So I think this might be another target that I'm going to have to get a few more hours of data. Yeah, so that's a very good question. I've been mostly focusing on figuring out how to do the connectivity, but I haven't actually gotten to the point of the next steps. Well, yeah. Like, I figured it might be something where people end up having to kind of like after the fact you upload your data somewhere or something, or you just do it for kind of the what do you call it, like the, you know, not necessarily where you have to get the data. I mean, there's multiple use cases. One of the use cases I'm looking at is that when it's clouded out here, I could leverage a remote telescope, and it would be sending kind of the live view back. And so it would be recording on the remote Seestar, but at least I'd be able to kind of view and show, you know, the live view. Now, if I got the saving of local frames working that I was kind of messing around with earlier, then it would actually be saving them where ALP is. And that was actually part of my motivation of getting this Pi 5. I keep knocking over my assistant here. I need to stop doing that. And they're like, they're I've ruined their pose. But that was part of the reason of getting. I wanted to get an M2, not just because it was fast. I wanted to get one. I didn't want to go overboard, but I wanted to have enough space where if I'm like recording things locally and recording like an all sky camera locally and having a few days of time lapses, that there'd be enough space. But the main space consumer is going to be the Seestar images. So in that case, it would be fine if it was a remote telescope, because it would be kind of streaming the images back to the wherever the controller is. Okay, this finished. So I can do it to another. Yeah, share a G drive. Yep. And that's what we're doing for like the Ultra Stack. I mean, it's not centrally coordinated, but people are like pooling all their images and they get thrown on a G drive. Yeah, and that's true. That's true. We could just grab the latest stack. And actually, let me make that as a note for remote. Remote imaging, fetch the stacked images and save. Because like that would make sense. And actually we could do that even with it as is, where, well, that wouldn't make, no, that would be good, because right now I'm only saving the subframes. I'm not saving the stacks, but we could add something where, actually I like that, where because Seestar, if you're running a schedule, Seestar ALP knows when it's at the end of the schedule, and we could have it as its final thing. If you have it as a flag, it would automatically pull the latest the latest stack and save it locally. So then you wouldn't even have to copy stuff off your Seestar initially to have like some of the stacks locally. Like it would happen automatically. And then, but then it would also happen with remote telescopes. So it could automatically pull all those stacks and just save them. Like you recorded, you're recording across 10 telescopes that are scattered about. And then as each target finishes, the software grabs the latest stack and saves it. So then you have it all in one place. And people can pool like the individual subframes if they want to, but you'd at least have the stack. Yeah. Yeah, RAWs compress really nicely. Yeah. Yeah. And that was another thing. Yeah, auto grab the files. Yeah. Yeah, there's some different possibilities. So let's see how the imaging is going. I mean, not imaging, the how this is going. I wonder if I should. I wonder if this is actually working. I have a feeling this has failed again. Hold on a second. Let me okay. So there is Hold on. Yeah. So let's look at this. We've got an image here, and it compressed it. Wait a second. Okay. So go explore. Let's try this. Oh. Wait a second. Oh. All right. Sorry. I need to improve these scripts maybe. Again, maybe I'll do that tomorrow. All right. Anyway, let me look at, hold on. Actually, what I'm going to do is, okay. Oh, those colors. I don't know how they look on your end, but they look terrible here. So basically this command allowed me to take the Raspberry Pi image, and it actually is running it in that virtual machine emulator I was mentioning. So it's actually I'm running as root inside. Nope, it failed again. I'm glad I didn't bother wasting time copying it, and I thought I fixed that error. Anyway, I'm not going to waste more time on this. I tried. It didn't work. So let's try to find another target for this one. But let me look at chat first. Yeah. 2 terabyte SSD. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's I mean, I have like I have a 2 almost knocked it over again. I have a 2 terabyte SSD right here that I use for some of my stacking stuff because my laptop doesn't have enough free space on it, and so when I'm doing stuff in Serial and it's generating tons of FITS files, it ends up and if I do drizzling, it ends up using 100 gig or 200 gig. Yeah, it built so many. Yeah, 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 yeah. This one wasn't. It wasn't a. It's a pretty decent Samsung one, and I got it when like the price of SSDs had kind of dropped a few months ago. But yeah, so unfortunately, this was a bust. And I'm not sure why, because like those scripts have not changed. So I'll have to look at it. Maybe I'm running the wrong script. So this one's on the fourth frame, the fourth panel of 12. So this is going to be going for a while longer. So let's look at this one and see what we can get on the other telescope. Is there any suggestions? Or not? Or I mean, I'll find something. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I think unfortunately Jupiter is obstructed for me right now, but let me check. I mean, this is like the story of my life here. Jupiter. Nope. Still, it's kind of blocked. Blocked by a building. Trying to turn off the constellation artwork. Like okay. I the problem is when I'm doing searching in Stellarium, for some reason I'll have the dialogue up on screen. I'll type a letter or two. They'll go correctly into the dialogue, but then several letters in a row will end up going to the app or to the, the main screen, and it ends up turning on weird things. And I don't know if that's like a Mac bug, because there have been more than a few bugs that were definitely Mac specific, because I saw it in their issues. Let's see. Okay, constellation art is R. And now I need to turn off constellation boundaries. Okay. And I think that's good. I think that's all I needed to do. All right, so unfortunately Jupiter is not visible because my backyard's terrible. I feel like there's still something I turned off. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I prefer the alt azimuth grid because it's an alt azimuth telescope, so I kind of prefer that. Pac-Man. I think I've done so much of the Pac-Man. I mean, I can always do more, but yeah. I mean, I could always do it if there's no other suggestions. Just trying to find out. I mean, especially given where's the moon? What's the status of the moon? Still getting lower, 23 degrees. Let's see, what else can we do? Can't have an idle telescope. Cannot have an idle telescope. What is this thing? Is that California? Yep, California. Problem is that's such a big target. Although the center of it's kind of cool. I could try it. California Nebula. NGC 1499. What else? I see 5146. Oops. I see 5146. Nope. It is, yeah. I was thinking about imaging this earlier, but now it's too late. Star Lizard Cluster? Wow. The names. I do feel like, well, is there anything promising down here towards the south? Well, the moon's to the south, so let's do this. Let's stick over here. California Nebula is a maybe. What else is down here? There's a lot of dark nebula down here. What is that? Another SH region. What does that one look like? Sometimes they're more impressive than other times, but this one doesn't even show anything on the default map, or the default what do you call it, background image. So I did the baby nebula. Definitely need to do more time on that. What is this thing? Fossil footprint nebula? Oh, that looks interesting. Let's do this. NGC 1491. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Or maybe I haven't, I just forgot. Like, it's one of those things where if you kind of, it's like it's easy to just miss. NGC 1491. And so let's go image. And actually, I can just pull this in. Fossil footprint. Yeah, cave nebula. I did do the cave nebula. I'm pretty sure, and I did the. I think it was the cave nebula, or I did. Was that the one where I did a dark nebula that was next to it? I might have. But either way, I think yeah. Let me do 45 minutes, 110. Fossil footprint. Cave. Oh wow, that has rotated massively. Yeah, and it's almost out of view. But I was yeah, I did image that because I kind of offset a little bit, I think. Yeah, that was a little bit ago, but I think. What is this thing? That's kind of small, kind of puny. The Northern Lagoon Nebula, but that's so small. I think I like this other one over here. This little rosette. That is a little rosette. Oh, the question mark nebula. I mean, it's kind of too late for this one right now, but I should try this some other night. Maybe tomorrow night. Um, I keep forgetting about that one, and I should do like a mosaic of this one. Because that looks interesting. And it's pretty big. Although, again, it might be one of those things that just takes a lot of data. Yeah. No, I did pull the I did actually pull the fossil footprint nebula. I just am trying to figure out I'll do California Nebula another day as well. I'm going to do this one though, the fossil footprint. See how this turns out. And before I commit to that, let me just kind of look around here. See if there's any other things of note. Yeah, so this fossil footprint, I mean, because this looks like it's going to fill a decent amount of the frame, so that's always good. I like the targets where I get some, like a nebula where it fills most of the Seestar's frame, where I don't have to do mosaic, but also where it's not like too tiny. So like the California Nebula would be cool, but it's big. I mean, and that other one was the question mark was even bigger. Just kind of looking around. Yeah. Spiral. Perseus lenticular. I have a refractor that has with the right sensor, it has a wider frame, a field of view, a reasonably wider field of view than the Seestar. So it's not like a super big telephoto, but it is bigger aperture than the Seestar. But combined with like a APS-C sensor or full frame, it's like if I use my mirrorless camera, it has a good field of view. But what I really want to get one of these days is something with more reach for these kind of targets. You know, like the smaller planetary nebulas and a lot of these galaxies, like this Perseus lenticular galaxy. Yeah, I mean, like to image this on the Seestar, whereas if I had like, I don't even know what that's if I had like a APS-C, but with a I need to get rid of some of these telephoto lenses. But yeah, like with like an 14-inch, 14-inch CCT, SCT, it uses a lot more of the frame. And if you had like some kind of, yeah, so one of these days. So let's go around to the beginning and go back to the Seestar frame. Oops, I went overshot. Not Seestar sensor. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and go with this this one nebula, the Fossil Footprint Nebula. It's with an intriguing name, 45 minutes, 110 gain, and use the light pollution filter. And let's go. Yeah, no, I mean, the only reason I mentioned 14 inches, I saw, I haven't watched it yet, but Dylan O'Donnell had I'm sure you might have seen it with the video with I guess he got a 14 inch. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, realistically, I think I'll probably get like an 8. It would be more realistic for me to get an 8-inch in the near to intermediate term. Yeah, an Edge 14. Yeah, that's very nice. But more realistically, I'd get like an 8-inch in the near to midterm with like some kind of, I don't know, some kind of mount. But yeah, maybe I should think about selling some stuff, selling some gear and getting it. Yeah, replacing his 11. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine. Let's see, do I have that? Let's see. Where was it? Yeah, 14 inch is too big to handle. Yeah, let me see. Where did I thought I'd opened up the tab somewhere. Did I not? Benro Polaris Star Tracker. Yeah. Yeah, I can't even imagine the counterweight. Jeez. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, and that was the other thing I was thinking of is the 9. Yeah, either the 8 or 9-inch. That's what I've been thinking about. I mean, 114 millimeter. I mean, a refractor 114 millimeter, or a reflector. I did in your closet. No, it's fine. I'm not. I mean, 95% of what I do is with the Seestars these days, so I can't really say anything. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. O'Donnell. Oh. Wow, fail rate 46%. That's off to a very inauspicious start. Yikes. Okay, this one. Let's see. Maybe that's what I should do. I should do videos reacting to other astronomy videos, you know? Why not do reaction videos? Let's so let me pause that and go back to but let's see. Is that the new one or the old one? That's the old one. Oh, wow. Is that like the new and the old one? It's like he's pondering it. Look, I need to watch this video, but it's like he's pondering it. Let's see. That looks a little that looks a bit massive. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's quite a scope. That is quite the scope. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, the problem is I don't have like I don't think I have the audio routing set up right cuz like ideally if I were to do it I'd want to listen to it too and I don't think I could do it without causing feedback. So maybe I'll make a note to do that. I need to be able to do live react or do reactions to other videos. Um react be able to watch. Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah, those I mean the Edge I mean they're optically nice apparently and then you can I mean they have I mean they're f10 or whatever so you can get a lot of pretty you could image like I was showing like smaller galaxies and they'd use fill the frame or you can get a hyperstar for these and then shoot what f2 and get some really nice wide field view photos with like a huge uh, mirror. I mean, with a nice sized mirror. Um, yeah, yeah, they're the size of a big trash can. Yeah, I'll play it. Maybe I'll play it tomorrow. I need to figure out how to play the audio, and I won't watch it before the stream, so I'll be genuinely reacting. Yeah. $7,500. Wow, for the 14 versus 4,400 for the 11. Yikes. And I wonder how much does the Hyperstar for Edge 14? 1,400. That's not, I guess, not terrible. Yeah, but that's the Hyperstar for it. So then it shoots f2. Which is pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I need to get the audio working. So, like I say, if I tried to do it now, I'd get feedback. I have to make sure I have headphones. You got a discount. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Meanwhile, I was actually thinking. So I ended up buying a new camera. Not my Astro. Oh, this is cool. Oh, look at the frame that it's gone on to another frame or another panel, and this one actually has some stars in it. A little bit more going on there. Oh, and then this is showing a little bit. It's got a huge drop frame rate. I have a feeling this is going to be another target that I'm going to have to image repeatedly. But yeah, I ended up what do you call it? So I have like this live view, and one of the things that's kind of frustrated me is when I kind of change the telescope's direction, because this is a 5 second exposure, and it's more, I mean, it's for time lapses. It lags, and so it takes, 15, 30 seconds or whatever before you start seeing motion. And I had seen on another uh, astronomy live stream, they had a different camera, and I actually asked, I think it was Luke, uh, I forget his name or his last name, but he does like a lot of like Pix and Site tutorials and stuff, but he also does live streams sometimes, or maybe he does them frequently, but I don't get notified about them. But anyway, he had this camera, and I was like, it seemed to be more real time, or maybe it was somebody else. Anyway, I asked them what it was, and it was this Real Link. So I ended up buying this Real Link because on Prime Day it was like discounted a decent amount. So I'm like, okay, I'll grab that. And anyway, and it runs over Ethernet, so doesn't have the Wi-Fi lag issues or Wi-Fi performance issues. And it's like an f1 lens, and so it's supposed to have this crazy dark view ability, and so I'm going to use that to supplement the all sky camera. So we can watch the telescopes move more in real time. That's about the speed of the channel stuff I've gotten for or stuff that I'm showing on my channel. That's not an Edge 14. Yeah, Benro Polaris. Yeah, I mean, like if you're using like a mirrorless, I mean, it depends on the target, but having yeah, I mean, for some targets, like I have a kind of like a little star tracker for my mirrorless camera that I actually haven't had a chance to use yet. It was a real cheap one that I want to try out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a big jump. Double the price, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, yeah. James Webb, I'm fine with the smart scope. Yeah, there you go. Oh, a Rasa 11. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. No, I mean the Seestar, it's got it has the trade-offs are not are are, are reasonable. Like I mean, for the price, the bang for buck is very good, I think. Okay, let me see. Another one of these. I still have that one you sent a link to. Um, this one. Oh, these ads. I need to. This thing. The triple Rasa. Is it a triple Rasa 11? I think. Yeah, like that's just. I that was just ridiculous. Let me look at this other one. Let me look at this other one. Uh, what was it? What were we? Oh, Discord. There's Discord. Hold on. Let me go on the wrong server. Okay. Okay. Oh my. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm gonna put it on the stream. That's like That's what I laughed at. I'm like, that is C22. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Like, wow. That is that is quite a telescope. Actually, the best ridiculous one I saw was oh man, where is that? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the EQ mount. Yeah, I need to do the equatorial mount as well. I haven't had a chance to. I'd hope to do it sooner rather than later since I have so much time with clear skies recently. Yeah, the problem is like YouTube has been very it doesn't like the blocker. It's been blocking me if I had a blocker. Yeah. 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 Like I mean just both but like this is just ridiculous. Like the fact it's on a trailer. That's amazing. I mean that kind of like I mean that's just ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that was exactly. Yeah, Google's actively going after ad blockers. Yeah, I got some like nasty notes from I mean like it said, "Oh, you're running an ad blocker." And I'm like, that's Oh, are you talking about the McDonald Observatory? Cuz yeah, that one's a that one's or is there another observatory at the state park? Cuz there's houses out there that have like because there's so many people out there who I mean, it's such a nice dark area that I've seen houses for sale out there that had their own little. Um, let me see if I can find this. Um, where they have their own. Let me go back to the actual targets. Let me. I'm getting sidetracked. I'm forgetting what I'm. The main event, which is the astronomy, or is it the rambling? Um. Oh, Fort Davis. Fort Davis, Texas, for sale. Um, there was one I saw out there. I mean, it was like I don't know if it's still there. It was like $1 million. But is this the one? Uh, I mean, hold on. Sorry. Let me see if this is the one. Um, yeah, yeah, this is the one. Okay. Uh, sorry. I'm trying to find the details. I thought it was there was one out there that I'd seen. Let me go to this one. I mean, it was like $1 million, but or this one's like $1 million. Well, almost a million. But it has 142 acres, and it's like near. But the thing that got me about this one was, uh, you see these domes here. So it's like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. I mean, you're paying for 142 acres, got canyon and deer, but this, uh, what was it? Like that. The fact it's got like, oh no, is that the observatory? No, that's the observatory. But the fact it has its own domes, like on the property. And there was one I looked at, and I don't think it was this one. They had like a plane wave, like a half meter or 1 meter plane wave telescope. Like that's pretty serious. Like, yeah. I mean that's a pretty expensive. Yeah, passive aggressive. So yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the observatory. Nice. 15 megapixel. Nice. Yeah, 103 meg. Hey, I bet it looks good. I mean, hopefully with that, probably has a lot of detail. Yeah, yeah. I've seen a couple where, yeah, where people send it off, but then you'll see these ones where they have, yeah, like a plane wave telescope or something. Yeah, I could see that. Like Fort Davis, I've seen a few like that out there because that's where the observatory, like it's a you know, it's a decent professional observatory there. Um, Trying to see if I can find another one that had a, because there was one in particular where I think they had actually a photo inside the dome, and I think that was the one where they mentioned it was a plane wave. And I was like, like I don't even know, 20, 30,000, who knows? But anyway, yeah, Fort Davis, easy to get to. I just have to get on the freeway near here, drive 600 miles, due west, turn left, drive another 100 miles, and I'm there. Easy. Yeah. Yeah. In dark skies. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'd seen, or somebody had done that with their Seestar, which seemed kind of like to pay rent to store your Seestar somewhere where it's dark seems kind of like I would do it for a bigger scope, not a Seestar necessarily. Half meter, yeah, mount if it included. Yeah. Yeah, just 600 miles. Easy drive. Just go 600 miles, turn left. At Balmoria, not quite left, but yeah, turn left or kind of go southeast, no, southwest, and you're there. Drive through some mountains, little valley, and you're there in Fort Davis. Yeah, yeah, that it's interesting because like the whole county, Harris County has like almost 5 million people. The county Fort Davis is in, Jeff Davis County, is about the same area, but it's got 2,000 people. And the Fort Davis is the main town, and it has like 800 people or 1,000 people or something. And I remember talking to a guy out there, and he was kind of complaining, like he'd lived there for a while, and he was saying like a ton of people were moving out there, like they were having to activate like a new water meter like once a month or something, because like that's how many new people were moving out there. Yeah. And that was actually funny. I was there and we were talking to somebody local, and they were saying cuz there's, I won't get into the politics and stuff of guns in the US, but they were saying the teachers there were like at least one of them had a handgun. And then they were like, because sometimes there's coyotes and rattlesnakes out on the playground. Like that wander onto the school property, and I'm like, okay, that seems, that's interesting, but okay, that makes sense that maybe if we have a rattlesnake, um Yeah. Anyway, that was kind of funny. I was like, okay, that makes sense. Um, but yeah, I like it out there. It's a neat town. Yeah, like yeah, why ship a $500 when you pay 150 a month? Yeah, that the only time I would do my own Seestar remotely would be if it was like at a family member's house or something, like if they had darker skies than me. Oh yeah, I used to swim at Balmoria. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know. Uh the whole thing about the Marfa lights. Although there's that whole story where people say, well, it's been happening since like the 1800s and so it couldn't be car lights, but yeah. Actually, the funniest thing that happened to me, this was like 20 years ago. And I think I was thinking about I think I was talking about the Marfa lights, and we were driving down this road uh, down to Big Bend, and it's for people who aren't familiar, it's like super remote. It's kind of, I mean, where most of the people in Texas live, kind of the Texas Triangle where is pretty densely populated. But you get in that area, and it's like a lot of the American West, where it's just very sparsely populated. Um, and so we're on this road, and there's no other cars, and it's during the day, and I see this. It's like blue sky, and you see this UFO shaped thing almost to look like, and it's just like initially it's like, is that a little cloud? And it's like it's not moving. It's just stop. It's just hovering there. And so I stopped my car and got out. Because I was like, I don't necessarily buy into the whole UFO abduction thing, but like this would be the perfect area to abduct people because there would be no witnesses. And I mean, I didn't think it was that, but it was just we had just been talking about the Marfa lights, and then I'm like seeing this thing like stuck in the sky, and it's not a plane, and it's like this oblong thing. And I guess in my, I mean, this was over 20 years ago, and in back of my head, I remembered this article I had read about something, and so I pulled out some binoculars and I confirmed that it was a blimp, like an unmanned blimp that they use with like downward looking radar to monitor the border uh, out in West Texas. Because people would fly like Cessnas at low altitude, so they had to have like look down radar to see them, like people smuggling stuff. And but it was kind of like for a moment you see this thing just kind of and it's white. It's just featureless white. Like you couldn't make out the fins. Like I made them out in the binoculars, but just with the eye, you just see this oval, like stuck in the sky, and it was tethered. It was like tethered, but you couldn't see the wires because it was like a couple miles away. But it was pretty humorous because like you're talking about like paranormal stuff, and then you see this thing. It's like I think I should be concerned about that. Yeah. That's funny. What do you want us to do about it? I guess that's like maybe it was recreational thing out there. I don't know. Min lights and odd. Yeah, it's probably a similar thing. Yeah, yeah. I've seen. Yeah, yeah. Well, so more recently when I was out there, I forget where I was driving, but I actually drove by uh one of them, and it was like on the ground, like I guess for maintenance or something. Um, but yeah, the uh, border. Yeah, surveillance blimps. Yeah, like this is what they look. This is what they look like when they're on the ground. Like they're not the biggest thing. you know, like they're not as big as like the Goodyear blimp. They're not completely tiny either. And if you can't see the fins and all you see is kind of this oblong shape, like hovering a few miles away in the sky, it was kind of disconcerting. And like I say, I think they were relatively new at the time, like 20, almost not quite 25 years ago, but like a good over 20 years ago. And I guess, you know, in my head, I was like, I had just happened to have read an article about these, but I hadn't actually seen one. But it was just kind of freaky when we saw it. But yeah, they're still out there. Um, yeah, it was. I think I think I'd gone down to Fort Davis, and then I was on US 90 by maybe it was by Alpine, or we were just kind of driving around. Maybe it was, I forget, but it was somewhere out there. Maybe it was when we went to um, Valentine, Texas, going to the Prada Marfa store, which for people who haven't seen it, it, it's I love it. This it says it's a Prada store, but it's like literally in the middle of nowhere, and it's not really a store. It was kind of like an art installation, and it's just like the landscape around here. You see, that's the way it is, both directions on both sides of the road as far as you can see. So it's like you're driving down this tiny little road, and there's like this building, and it says Prada. It's pretty funny. Prada Marfa. But yeah, I think it was when we were going to Prada Marfa that we saw the blimps, or a blimp. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, near Tucson, because that's closer to the. Oh, nice. Snow in Big Bend. I'm trying to think if I drove through like a pretty, like the aftermath of a big snowstorm on I-10, kind of out there. It was in the spring. It was like a late season snow. There was like tons of snow on the freeway. It was yeah, multiple sites with 90s. Can it do the moon? Already removed background and stretched. Um uh I don't know, maybe I don't know if I'm sure there might be something you could do. Although a lot of cases you might want to, I don't know. The first thing I was thinking of is just loading it into a photo editor, like um, Photoshop or GIMP, and kind of tweaking contrast and stuff. I guess that would probably be the first thing I'd try to do. Like if it's already kind of, you know, background removal and stretched and tweaked the way you want it. Okay, we're up to like the sixth panel out of 12, so it's like halfway there. I mean, it's going to be running till like 2:30 in the morning, so yeah, that's about right. It's about half done. Yep, yep, no problem. Um, I mean, that said, I personally haven't processed much in the way of moon images in Cyril. I've mostly done just deep sky stuff in Cyril. Um, but I guess just thinking like thinking of the times I've edited photos of the moon. Yeah, usually it's like you almost want more of a photo editor for that. Um, Let's see how this is going. Okay, this is going well. I think, did I do 45 minutes or 40 minutes on this? This looks like something. Like I can see something in here, but I mean, obviously I can see this, but then there's like this other nebulosity here. I feel like this could be interesting, but it probably is going to take hours of data. So again, this is going to be another target that I'm going to just go ahead and export it so I can rerun this. Fossil footprint nebula. I really like the export function. It's really helpful. All right, go back to live view. Well, no, I mean you're doing pretty good. 3 weeks in. Yeah. Astrosurface. Yeah, I haven't used Astrosurface. Then again, a lot of these programs are Windows only, so unfortunately I'm kind of limited. Oh, Astrosurface. Oh, that seems sketch. Let me look it up on Google. Do the Google. Yeah. I'll live dangerously. Okay. Maybe they did like a self-signed. I could probably look at that if I. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's cool. But again, it's unfortunately, or for better, unfortunately for me, not for most people who actually run Windows. But for me, unfortunately, but good to know. Yeah. Yeah, that is a common one, but like, yeah, sometimes, yeah, half the struggle is knowing the name of the product, and also, the one that the one that has gotten me on multiple times, or in the beginning. Now I know how to look for it. Is people use what is it, astrophoto processor? Um, uh, what is it? Oh, AstroPixel processor. Yeah. So it's called AstroPixel processor, and people get really great results with it. It looks like it's a pretty cool program. Has its own learning curve, but people, just like people abbreviate PixInsight PI, they'll abbreviate AstroPixel processor as app. And I was on some forum like months ago, and I knew about PixInsight and Serial, but I hadn't actually heard of AstroPixel processor, and people were only referring to it as app, and that's like impossible to like search for. And then somebody finally said, AstroPixel, and I'm like, okay, that should be easier to search for. Yeah. 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 But that, yeah, it's speaking of things that are difficult to Google. Um, this one is kind of an interesting one. I got the, what do you call it? The demo of it, but it's a lot cheaper than PixInsight. And it seems pretty capable. So I've thought about kind of circling back on it and trying it again. But yeah. Sometimes I deliberately leave some of the tabs I've been visiting in this sidebar, and so I'm like, AstroPixel processor, Marfa, and Giant Telescope, Hyperstar Telescope, Space War, Baby Nebula, PyDP11, Ohio Scientific 164. Yeah, it's kind of random walk. Cool. Actually, the skies look pretty decent. I mean, the sky looks a little less light polluted in some ways. Oh, no, it's not. Nothing to write home about, but it looks nice. But yeah, see, oh, what I was looking at was, um, like, it's nothing particularly good, but tomorrow looks, I mean, below average seeing in transparency, but it'll be clear, so I'll do a live stream. And otherwise, yeah, I've got like, oh, actually, at one point they were actually showing Thursday and Friday being good, but now it looks like um, I'll have through Wednesday, which is still not bad. We've had a pretty good stretch here of clear weather, so. And if anything, these upcoming cloudy skies are an incentive for me to figure out the remote federation, so I could do a live stream with uh, a special guest Seestars, and so I've got a few days to figure that out. I mean, if I keep at my current cadence of trying to do every other night when I have a stretch of clear weather, with the exception being if I have clear Friday and Saturday, I'll do those back to back just because it's going into the weekend. So I'll probably do Saturday. I won't do Sunday. I'll do observing, but I won't do it live. And then maybe I'll do Monday. And then I'll play it by ear and seeing, because Wednesday might be a write-off. And if Friday ends up being a write-off, I definitely need to figure out how to do remote telescopes. Or how I want to do it, because I have to, work that out. Yeah. Are you stars in that? Are you talking about like my all sky? I mean, some people's all skies look much better than this. It's just, I mean, my skies suck. Like you'll see people who have like they can pick up the Milky Way with their all sky camera. Oh, are you being oh, okay, Seiko. You're being facetious. You're just I know you're just being facetious. Like, wow, you can actually see stars. Yeah. Yeah, I uh Seiko's like in Bortle 1 2 and wanted to see an hour exposure I had taken of M33, and I sent it, and it's like, I'm sorry about your skies. I'm like, yeah, I am too. But yeah, well, that was the one where over the years, that's like I've gotten a lot of mileage from that joke where I'll go outside and it's dark and it's like I'm like, gosh, the star is pretty tonight, isn't it? Um, yeah. No, this is good. You can see some nebulosity here. Definitely, I'm going to need to do a lot more data with the hard nebula, and a lot more with this as well. The fossil footprint. No, that's great. Great. Yeah, sometimes I can see 3 stars. Sometimes more, maybe even 4. But it's definitely one of those things where you kind of go out and until you're like, I'll walk outside in the evening and it wasn't like super bright in the house. Like I'll have had the lights kind of down and I go outside and I look up and sometimes I don't see any stars, like until I've stared at the sky for a little bit and my eyes have dark adapted like a tiny bit. But yeah, it's not like you see much. I mean, what you see in this camera is about what I see naked eye. Like, you know, like a few stars kind of scattered about, which is pretty sad. Pretty sad. Um, but that was the thing where, like, I mean, the skies were a bit darker when I was younger and living in the suburbs of Houston. But I could kind of get my bearings with the constellations and kind of use maps to figure out where I needed to point my telescope and stuff. But you know, and I had done that a lot for years, and then I'd go out to like a Bortle even 4 or 3, and I'd be lost because like I couldn't get my bearings because I couldn't recognize any of the constellations because there are all these other stars visible. Like I don't even know where to start. I'm just like, yeah, uh, yeah. Gimp's it's got a lot. I mean, it's quite featureful. I've used it for a lot over the years. Yeah, no, no, sadly, no. Sadly, no. That is kind of what you see with naked eye. Maybe a few more, but probably not. I mean, like, if I zoom in on this, like, you can see, a few stars. Not a lot, but that's kind of what you see, you know. I mean, maybe I could see more if I just sat there for a while, but that's kind of what I would see. You know, not a lot. So yeah, not great for naked eye observing. Not at all. Yeah, I mean it like yeah, once you zoom in and see kind of some of the fainter stars, like those are ones I can actually see naked eye, but it's still like, I'm not seeing thousands or tens of thousands of stars. I'm seeing like dozens to yeah, I know. I can see that. I could totally see that. Yeah. Like I've like you can't see the Milky Way where I am at all, like any of it. Um, you can't, you really can't see, yeah, like just, yeah, most objects. I'm trying to think if I think like in the outer areas of Houston, I was able to see the Andromeda galaxy naked eye, but that was like, kind of 40 miles out, I could see it, but not where I am now. Um, yeah, I can see M42. I can see like, the kind of, I can tell that it's kind of a little fuzzy. But that's like a particularly bright nebula. Yeah. Yeah. I'm pretty, yeah. I mean, I was actually surprised at how much of the Orion Nebula showed up on my phone in Houston. But I mean, it is very bright. Yeah. Yeah. And plus, because you're kind of at the edge, um, like if you're looking away from the city, I'm sure you have a better, like I'm sure it's like a lot better. But for me, because there's miles of city in every direction, and not just normal city. Like I have a freeway and a stadium, to my, I mean, a college stadium, but still a stadium to my football stadium to my east. To the north is downtown Houston. To the west is city. To the south east is like a lot of industry. Yeah, so like every direction there's like something with lots of lights or lots of lights, like just miles of suburb. So yeah. Yep. Not and so that's why I mean the Seestar's been great, because of the built-in light pollution filter, I don't have to think about it. And I do have I did get relatively recently a new dual band, kind of narrow band, narrow band filter, and I need to use that more. Maybe now that I'm heading into fall and winter, I'll use it some more, just to try to image some of the image some targets. But yeah, I can't. Yeah, see, I can't see the Milky Way ever. Like even if I'm sitting outside in the dark and my eyes are as adapted as they're going to get, there's no Milky Way. But I mean, it's fine. It's just, I'm used to it. And to be honest, that's probably the reason why I kind of stopped doing astronomy for like 10 or 20 years. Back in the 90s into the early 2000s, as it just, the city had grown and it was just, I was working and busy. It was just not, I would do it occasionally, but I kind of greatly cut back on it because it just wasn't really easy to do, and I didn't get a chance to go out to darker skies that often. I had I'd been a member of the local astronomy, the Houston Astronomical Society. I'd been a member for quite a few years, but I ended up letting it lapse. It was like I went out to their dark side on quite a few times, but so that was nice. That was, it's like an hour away, so the skies are much darker. But anyway, but yeah, so like with CCDs and filters, and software processing, it's really kind of accelerated my. It's definitely made things a lot easier, or even just, even possible. Like before, it wasn't even possible. I remember using like, what do you call it, light pollution filters years ago for visual astronomy, and those were, maybe it worked if you had a bigger telescope, but not the ones I had. Okay, so let's keep the party going here. Let me see what else. No, that's probably too late for that. And this was I'm just making a note so I remember this as another target to image. Fossil footprint. How is this one doing? I think it must be changing targets because, yeah, it's up to the, yeah, it's pretty good. It's moving along. But let's figure out something for this. Any suggestions? It is Friday night. It's funny because like part of me wants to stop the stream. I'm like, oh, I usually stop the stream by this point, but it's like, I'm like, well, it is Friday night, and then instead of drinking a normal drink, unfortunately, I'm drinking like a monster drink. Or I shouldn't have probably started drinking that at like 9 p.m. So I probably won't sleep much tonight. That doesn't mean the stream will keep going all night, but I might. So what do we want to image? What is on the list? And by the way, if you haven't liked the video, feel free, please like Please like the video. Soul Nebula. Let me see. Again, I have such... Oh, no, this is... Oh, no, I was imaging that. I was imaging it earlier. Also goes by the Baby Nebula. That's why I was forgetting. Jolly Roger Cluster? Really, people? Cloudy where I am. Hello, Windy Travels. I'm not sure if I had seen you earlier, but if not, thanks for joining. Welcome. Okay, you haven't been here. No, that's fine. That's fine. No worries. But I had imaged that one. I mean, to be fair, I do need more time on it, but I was thinking of trying to go for a different target. Let us see. Let us see what we can see. Let's see. Flaming Star. Again, yeah, no, I mean, I shouldn't say again. Let's see where that is. Flaming Star Nebula. Oh, so close. Or kind of low, but... Oh, no. Dang it. The problem is I end up stopping... the time on Stellarium, and so it won't reflect what the sky actually looks like. So yeah, no, it's just raised, so I might be able to get that. Let me see. Let's see. Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, no, it looks like it might be visible. Oh, what is this underneath? Oh, that looks cool. Oh, there's some good ones down here. Oh, that's good. I need to, maybe this weekend I'll kind of re-rig one of my telescopes to try to get some of these targets, because yeah. Flaming Star Nebula. Okay, I see. Oh, I forgot I could just like copy it over. So let's go to image and grab the coordinates. Unnamed star. Oh, it's because I did that. Flaming Star. Okay. Let's try that again. Flaming Star. Boom, boom. Let's try 45 minutes for grins. It may not be high enough, but we'll try. Yeah, the problem is it's the backyard is not really... It is kind of like a canyon. I mean, I mean, like, you know, like a lot of housing in the US where you have like rows of houses. The problem is I can move the telescope either, like I can move it, but it's basically got similar obstructions. It's got a row of houses on both sides. So yeah, yeah, no, I mean, I have like almost no front yard, and then yeah, the problem is my house is like, you know, tall, more than one story, so um, I need to do something eventually, but I've only been complaining about it for like the entire year. But so why fix it now? Okay, 5. See, it did 5. These aren't... Did I... Oh, I did submit it. Let me just double check. did I submit it? Let me look at the schedule. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that, and then I just have bad visibility in my neighborhood. It's just bad. Um, like when I was trying to look for the comet today, like I didn't think I would be able to do it, and I wasn't able to see it, but I knew to be able to see it, I had to look really close to the horizon. And I ended up like leaving the neighborhood basically because, okay, so this is still obstructed, but so I'm just going to stop this. But it's close. It's very close. Oh, thank you. It stacked 8 frames. It did not need those 8 frames. So let me go to the schedule and stop this. But I'll keep, because the schedule will stay here, I can restart it. But in the meantime, I'll go to live view and wait for the obstructions to kind of pan out of view. Yeah, it's getting there. I'm trying to figure out what that is even. Because sometimes it'll point at like a neighbor's satellite dish or something. It's so frustrating. Like I'll try to push my luck and get close. Yeah, I don't know what that is. But it's something. But that's interesting. That wouldn't be a satellite at this point, would it? I mean, it'd be too dark for a satellite. Maybe a high altitude plane or something. It's weird. Anyway, yeah, this should be kind of out of use soon-ish. And then I'll restart this one because that looks interesting. And there's some interesting targets over here too. The flaming star, definitely should do a mosaic of that. This looks interesting. The letter, the tat. I was thinking of a different tadpoles. The tadpoles, that looks interesting. I see 410. That looks cool. Oh, tadpole nebula. Oh, that's that open cluster in it. Of course. But yeah, no, that looks interesting. So I should definitely try this one. IC 410. I'm gonna make note of that so I don't forget it. IC 410. The tadpoles. What is this? Spider nebula? Oh, and that's cute. They have the spider and the fly. Right next to each other. And actually you could get both of them in one frame. That would be cool. IC 417. This is going to be a target for either a particularly late night or one where or just like a few months from now. Okay, so let's see what else we got going on here. I see 410. Salt and pepper. Yeah, there's some interesting things in not here particularly, but a few of these little clouds, something to try out on another night. So let's go back to the live view. Okay, almost there, getting close. Just a little bit longer. But yeah, if you haven't liked the video, please like it. No, I do appreciate it. And yeah, tomorrow, like I say, I'll be doing another live stream, and I'll do round 2 of the Raspberry Pi with Seestar Alp, and sure I'll do what else? I think that's going to be besides observing, continuing, getting more data on the Heart Nebula, and maybe a few other things. NGC 1931. Why did I type? I typed completely the wrong key sequence, and I managed to anyway, and also popped up the emoji keyboard. 1931. Okay, the fly. No, the fly is yeah, I'm gonna try it. Maybe, since again I'm drinking this monster drink, maybe I'll do that next. Maybe I'll do that next. I mean, given that this target is just now becoming unobstructed, I have a feeling this is obstructed. Like this roof outline is incorrect. So if I do 40 minutes of this should be then high enough that I can image that. So let me go ahead, go to the schedule, because this looks like it's finally clean. Yeah. And schedule, and I'll just restart that schedule. And ideally, it won't be total junk like it was. Okay, plate solving. And then once it starts stacking, I'll look at the image. And yeah, I'll do 1931 afterwards. Although I might end up picking kind of that area and maybe do it between the spider and the fly and try to get both in one shot. Yeah, this might be a problem. Like, I'm only about halfway through this drink, so. Okay. Let's go back to live view. Noise. This is, yeah. I feel like this is going to have a lot of potential. It's just going to need a lot of data. Let us see. What am I missing here? What else? Oh, nice. Oh my God. Seiko's shared some photos on Discord of photos. Oh my God. Photos from a phone. That looks totally brutal. Oh my gosh. Wait, is that like Andromeda? Is that the Andromeda galaxy in that photo? Is that the Andromeda galaxy on the first photo? Sorry. I'm looking at this photo off stream and I'm like, yikes. That was directed at Seiko. If you okay, yeah. So I always like getting people's permission, like even if it's on Discord, because like I always like asking. But this is, like I said, this is what's killing me. Like like this was taken from a phone just now, or not just now, but this was taken with a phone, and that's Andromeda right there, like from a cell phone. Not quite the skies I have here. Yeah. Yep. Actually, let me see if I can pull up this. Yeah. Granted it was 30 seconds, but still, it was taken with a phone. Um, let's see. Let's see if I can find. Let's see. I'm looking for a photo I took. Are those old? Is this older photos? Okay, that's older. So I need to go look at newer photos. It was let me see if I can find this. So that would have been, I think it was in the spring or winter. I took a photo with my phone. Okay, that's too long ago. So, 2024, or maybe it was 2023. What's funny is, in like Apple Photos, it has like image recognition AI kind of stuff. I mean, it has for a while. And I searched for stars, and the photo I'm looking for, it didn't even recognize the stars. So that right there is telling me I might have a slight problem here. Let's see if I can find this photo. Where was it? It was basically a photo I took of the night sky. Is this the one? Yeah. Okay. So this was taken in January. And this was, oh, that wasn't that long of an exposure. Actually, it had to have been longer than that. Let me see. Yeah, I don't think that is right. Sorry, let me see if I can find another one, or if this was it. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's lying about the exposure time. But this this might be the closest I have taken with a cell phone, and I don't know if this was like a 10-second exposure or 5-second exposure, whatever. But yeah, yeah, that's what I got of Orion. Um, and you can kind of see, yeah. Anyway, that's what I managed to get. I was impressed that I saw that many stars. I was able to photograph that many stars with my phone, in at my location. But like you can tell how blue the sky is that I couldn't have taken too long of an exposure because it would have been like it ends up being white because it's like everything's totally blown out. So yeah. Yeah, no, there's no seeing a bunch of stars with a camera or without involving a lot more work and or filters. Oh, here. Is this another one? Yeah. Yeah, another one that's similar where with the you can see the Pleiades here and some stars, and it's just like, yeah, massively kind of blown out. But that's all I can do in my skies. And like I say, when I've tried longer exposures, the sky ends up like white. Um, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, it's just you don't it's not really not quite as dark, to say the least. Anyway, yeah. It's just it's just bad. Just bad. Anywho. But yeah, that's what happens when you have Bortle 9. Yeah, you really have to be what do you call it, dedicated to or crazy to attempt it um, in this area. Yeah. But yeah, there have been many times over the year in recent years where I had debated just going with not one of the services where you kind of send off your telescope, but basically the ones where you like buy time on telescopes that are in dark skies. Like I had thought about doing that, but I don't know. Part of I guess the kind of the doing it yourself. I mean, you still have like the photo processing aspect of it, but I don't know. That wasn't quite the same, so I never could bring myself to do that. I mean, for me personally. Um, but yeah, this one's definitely a brighter area. Oh, this one's yeah, this is the last stack of that particular panel, and now it's moving on to did it end up skipping some panels? Ugh. Let me see, because I wouldn't think it would be on 4.2 already. So let's check. Let us check. Now, the dilemma is always, if I do it by default, I don't necessarily connect to the correct Seestar, because they're both Seestar and only one wins. Okay, yeah, so luckily this is actually the right one. So we have 1 1 1 2, 2 1 2 2, 3 1 3 2, 4 1. Oh, okay. Maybe it's just doing it in a different order than I expected. I hope. Oh, okay. So yeah, it went 1 1. Yeah. I like that. Cell time. Yeah. Yeah, that's thanks. Thanks. Uh yeah, the Discord server is a good place. I mean, that was part of the reason why I mean, eventually I wanted to create a Discord server, but I've had it out there for a while, and part of the initial motivation was to be able to kind of share images and and longer lived conversations out that were related to the YouTube channel, but like, you know, I mean, because like I think it was pretty early on where somebody had a question about an image, and like there's no way to share that in the YouTube chat, and so it's like, okay, I ended up creating the Discord server earlier than it wasn't like a priority. I didn't want to focus on it, but it was like, okay, it's going to be clearly useful. So yeah, that's the best place. And yeah, so it's and yeah, I've been so scattered this evening. I need to I haven't been uh focusing on what kind of the spiel, as it were. Uh, um, so that's a link to the. Oh, that was great timing. You asked just as I was copying and pasting the link. Um, yeah, yeah, the main telescope shops. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's probably like a logistics thing, but it is kind of a. I'm hopeful that eventually we'll figure out better smarter ways of lighting things. The most interesting one I remember seeing was kind of smart lights that smart street lights, where if I mean, it's one of those things that probably could be done, but it might take, like, to get the technology reliable enough. But basically, the idea was you'd have streetlights uh, that had some kind of motion sensor, not motion sensor, but some kind of, I don't know, basically only light up that patch when there's a human there, or especially like a pedestrian, maybe. I don't know. Because like there's no point. Well, or even with cars, I guess, maybe. I don't know. But basically, there's no need to always have it like continuous lit. I mean, one could argue you don't need to light it as often as it's lit anyway. But at least if you want to have street lights, don't just light space when there's nobody there. Like that's completely pointless, a waste of energy. And I remember reading stuff where they were even talking about, like, you could tune it where maybe it wouldn't work as hard when it was like a full moon. Like, and that, like eventually the sensors get cheap enough, and if it gets reliable enough, it would be worth doing because you'd save enough. Even though LEDs are pretty energy efficient, you know, you'd still save energy and come out ahead. But then the benefit is if you're not constantly lighting up all these outdoor spaces when there's literally no one around because everybody's at home or in bed or very few people are out, and then you're just lighting kind of the area where they actually are, then you don't need then the city doesn't, there's not as much ambient light being produced, and so maybe the skies get a little darker in the city. I mean, it still wouldn't be as dark in the country, but then that would also help outlying areas, because if the city is like a quarter as bright, then that helps, you know, you don't have to go as far to get to a darker sky. It was some article I read. I don't know if it was like in Scientific American years ago or something like that, but I was like, that sounds interesting. Like, that would be great if that kind of technology was widely deployed. I mean, it makes sense. Like, why blast these lights when there's no reason to? Anyway, but yeah. Well, living in the city, I have been in, I have lived in, how shall I put this, areas that were kind of going through redevelopment. So like they were kind of neglected inner city areas that had been kind of, they had deteriorated. Not as many people lived there anymore. A lot of empty houses, empty lots. And then there was like certain areas had more of an actual crime problem, not a perceived crime problem. It was a real crime problem. And most of it just being petty theft, because people would steal things for, I mean, to be honest, it was for, yeah, a lot of it was for drugs and whatever else. Anyway, we lived in this area, and there'd been like petty thefts. And like we had our Christmas lights stolen on Thanksgiving. We weren't at home and they got stolen during the day. Anyway, so, and then the replacement lights got stolen too. So, I mean, it wasn't like an abstract thing. I have a lot more stories about that, but that's a topic for another day and another channel, I think. But anyway, the community we lived in at the time kind of had engaged with the police. And this is, there's a point to this story. And they came out and they were giving their spiel about like things you can do to make things safer. Like, don't leave your car unlocked with your, you know, with a purse or a pile of money or whatever, or your laptop, or like sitting in the front seat. Stuff like that. I mean, it was more like opportunistic crime. Like impersonal, opportunistic, like nobody, the criminal and the victim never saw each other, you know, like, but you know, it was still a problem anyway. And they were like saying, yeah, at night you need to have the light, and lights on, have porch lights on, and all this other stuff. And I was like all of the theft that was happening was like a lot of this, like most of the things I was talking about were in broad daylight. It wasn't at night. And the same thing happened at other places, you know, like the stuff would happen during the day. So it's like, how do streetlights even help when you've got the brightest light in the sky, like overhead, and then stuff's happening? So like, is it really helping? I mean, maybe it makes people feel better. But in practice, does it actually help? Unclear. But I think the evidence would point towards no. Um, and then of course, like sometimes I feel like it's counterproductive because like if your eyes adjust and you're walking around kind of in a darker area, you can see things and people and stuff. But like if you have lights, you can see what's under the light. But if there's stuff in the shadows, you can't see it at all. Like, and it's not even talking about people. Like if like suddenly a dog comes running out from the dark and you're like startled because you didn't actually see it coming because it wasn't in the light. And but if your eyes had been more dark adjusted, you probably could have seen like the shape moving. Anyway. Yep. So yeah, it's and also yeah. Yeah, yeah, I won't even go into that, but when I was a kid, they put in a street light like our neighborhood didn't have any street lights and they ended up putting one in like practically in our front yard and it shined right into the backyard, the area where I usually had my telescope set up. I was highly annoyed cuz like yeah, and it didn't help. And it's funny cuz like I remember talking to somebody and they had been mugged in the area and it was in broad daylight they'd been mugged. So it's like that I mean the streetlight's not going to help that. Anyway, life in the city. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to need so much data for this. I mean, if I stack the panels individually, like in serial, I'm sure I'll get a bit more detail out of it, but it's still going to need a lot more. And this one almost looks menacing. I mean, is it just me or does this part look like evil eyes? Maybe it was because of the conversation I was just having about like things in the dark. Anyway, yeah, so this is chugging away. But yeah, that's one thing that's yeah, studies save light. I mean, again, the whole thing, you know, if crime is happening with the brightest light in the sky, the sun is like, and it's in the middle of the day, what does a little street LED street light do? Like, oh no, there's a street light. I'm not gonna, no, all the criming is gonna stop. It's like, no. If people are criming when it's broad daylight, it's like, yeah. And if and then you could also make the counter argument that like yeah the light actually makes it easier for them for the person to see what they're doing. It's like, oh, thank you for lighting up the front of the house. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. I mean I saw some pretty humorous things with on dark sidewalks in New York when I was going back to the hotel late at night and like everybody else was walking back to their house or their wherever they live and there was a lot of intoxicated people. um saw more than a few rather entertaining things. Anyway, yeah, I will give you that. It probably does help when you're um although although it was a New York street and it was pretty well lit up and there's this guy kind of walking towards me and he's kind of and he kind of like went one way and there was like a doorway but it only went back when was only recessed like a foot, just shallow. and he went into the corner diagonal and just like bounced off of it, and it was pretty lit up, but um, it was funny. It was funnier because I may have also had a few beverages that evening, um, but I tried not to laugh too hard at the person. But they seemed more stunned than anything. But anyway, okay, yeah. I mean, to be honest, this is probably for the best because I mean, I'll see images from people of their skies, and it's still kind of abstract to me. Whereas I have a feeling if I took my Seestar out to like a portal one, I'd be full of I'd have feelings about how much easier things would be. Whereas it's still kind of enough of an abstract thing for me that I can still be in a bit of denial about it. But yeah, yep. I do want to. I mean, I'm not necessarily gonna go all night tonight because I do plan on doing another live stream tomorrow. But I am kind of I do want to at least on this one start that NGC 1931 and maybe kind of a little bit above it and include the what is it, the spider and the fly. Yeah, because like if I do if I frame it like this, I could potentially get all of this. Like maybe make this the midpoint. Maybe even a little bit further. I don't want to go. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave it at there. No, I mean that would be cool. That would be cool. Have our rasa, but so how much did I? Oops, how much did I do this one for? Did I do half an hour or? I'll just wait to see if it stops at half an hour. No, I must have done it for 40 minutes. Hopefully not 45. Yeah, it's fine if it's 45, I guess. I did it for 45 minutes. That's okay. It'll be good. I'll get more detail in here. Yeah, okay. Thanks. 45. I saw it out of the corner of my eye before I actually had gotten to it, I think. Oops. Anyway, so yeah. The next thing will be 19 the spider and the fly. Let's see, what else? Let me look at my notes, make sure I'm not forgetting anything. I'm probably going to do the same thing I did tonight, even though I mean, it's not a huge deal. Instead of doing 8 p.m. U.S. Central, I did 8:15 because I wanted to try to see the comet. And I'm going to do it again tomorrow just for the sake of trying to see it early. But I want to give myself enough padding where I can get back and actually start getting things ready on the telescopes. So yeah. And what else? Let us see. But yeah, if you haven't joined the Discord server, it's definitely a area to share things, and yeah, just for the after party we have every live stream. No after party. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I'm just going through my notes. Nothing earth shattering. Kind of a little bummed still that pie image didn't pan out, but that's okay. I mean, at least I have a clear night tomorrow night, and I can try again. But I'll kind of work out the kinks on that script tomorrow during the day, so things will go more smoothly during the live stream. Oh, yeah. No, it's sorry about that. But it's yeah, it's I've had a Discord account for a few years now. I'm not like particularly a game. I haven't really done much as far as gaming, so it was more um some people I knew told me I or convinced me to create one. Um but but yeah. So it was funny when like my kids found out I'd had a Discord account for years. They're like, "What?" It's like, mm. I worked with some people who they were the game they were game they had it for years because they'd like played some. I mean, they got in early, pretty early on Discord. Um, but yeah. Um, yeah, same thing with the Steam account I had. Uh, They were like, "What? You have a Steam?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't play games, but I have an account in case I ever change my mind." Um, but yeah, and then I kind of I guess there was a time where it seemed like there were a bunch of different people I either worked with or knew that I wanted to communicate with, and each one of them had a different preferred like way of communicating. So I ended up with yeah, like a bunch of different accounts. I mean, like a lot of people, but it got kind of ridiculous because I was like on all of the chat platforms, or not all of them, but a lot of them back in the day, and then yeah, I was like on a few less. Well, yeah. 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 No, it was, I could have been like, oh yeah, but no, yeah, the account's not that old. I don't think it's, I don't think my Discord's account's quite 10 years old. I mean, it's nothing crazy. I don't even remember. Maybe that doesn't even make sense. Maybe that was my Steam account. But anyway. Yeah, the only thing that I would get frustrated by with Discord is I was trying to use the browser version of it, and then I'd get signed out, and I'd always have to do like the authentication through my like 2FA, and it was always annoying. Like it never seemed to remember because I was trying to stop using the standalone app, but I went back to using the standalone app. So yeah, I think the last target for the night will be the spider and the fly. And then we will do this, yeah, then I'll wrap it up. Anyway, I'm going to have a sip of, which will definitely help me fall asleep tonight. If I look incredibly tired tomorrow during the live stream, that's probably why. Yeah, pretty. Let's see. It's getting there. 7 minutes and change, and then we'll move on to the next one. Yeah, there's but yeah, I need to, I forgot that. I was going to rename this where I have the pie images, m.astrophotography to alp.astrophotography. That's kind of annoying, that though, with the verification email. Although I've had that happen sometimes before, where I don't know if it was with Discord, but I know it's happened. It's happened to me recently with things that I wouldn't think it would have happened with. And so, like, it's like, you didn't send the email. Yeah. Actually, the one that was really annoying I had recently, it was like that, except it was it was like a verification email before I could proceed into the service, which shall remain nameless. But it was like a financial service that's pretty widely used, and it's a, you know, it may even be a public, it may be a tech company that's public, but the thing that was very frustrating is it didn't have an option to resend the verification email. And if you kind of backed out of all of it and just tried to sign in again with the same email, I was hoping then it would get me to a different screen. But no, it went to the same screen, no, saying, check your email for the confirmation. I don't know how I finally got past it, but it was very frustrating. I think I may have kind of fooled it by saying I forgot my password and ended up going through that flow, and then it kicked out another email, but there was no like way to on sign up. I was doing an initial sign up. I'm like, this isn't a great experience if I didn't get the first email and then it has no mechanism to resend it. That's frustrating for a financial services kind of thing. That definitely seems like something they should fix. Let's see what the space weather looks like. Yeah, unfortunately kind of quiet. Although, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, see, look, they have an explanation of the of how like the comet was going through the coronagraph, which I thought was kind of photobomb. I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that it was quite upsetting, and it was a service I needed to use. Like, I had a very specific need and I had to use it. And yeah, but like I say, it was after getting very frustrated, I finally kind of decided to attack it through a different approach and go through the reset password, and that actually worked. Yeah. Oh, I bet in Canada, yeah. Oh, that's wow. It was so bright that you could see it on FaceTime. That's crazy. That's pretty awesome though. Yeah. I do think that was pretty. I think this is pretty cool that it showed up on the coronagraph, the comet. Speaking of comets, let me look at this other comet, that one that might be really good in later in the month. It's 12.8, so it's still pretty dim, but I mean it's still uh almost 100 million miles away. So I'm just trying to, what, like, is there any new information about this? Comet C 2024 1 Atlas. Of course, a lot, yeah. It's a sun grazer, so the nearest approach to Earth will be October 23rd, but the nearest, the perihelion, yeah. This one, I'm kind of intrigued by this one. Of course, it's if it's like super bright, but if it's too close to the sun, yeah. So that'll be another one to keep an eye on, like 2 weeks, 2 weeks from now. Is that right? No, three. Yeah, 2 weeks from now. Which is kind of that'll be interesting. Yeah, it was funny. I was out looking for trying to see if I could see the comet, and I had some binoculars. I was like scanning the horizon, and someone walking their dog stopped me and asked what I was doing. I mean, someone in the neighborhood that I know. I'm like, yeah, I imagine that did kind of look weird. um, okay, okay. So this one ended. Great. So let's move on to this one. And again, I'm going to pick this kind of midway. And I will go to image, grab the coordinates, and I'm going to call this Spider and Fly Nebula. Spider and Fly Nebula. And we'll try 45 minutes. Why not? 110. Use light pollution filter. Submit. And oh, is this flapping? I think this is where it kind of switches back and forth between the stack. Yeah. Where it goes back and forth between the stack and the actual and the preview frame. So let's see what this, what I want to do is So figuring. Okay, so it's stacking. I'm going to go to the schedule and save this so I can, in case I need to get more time with this, I'm going to call this Spider and Fly Nebula .csv. And this way I can load these up tomorrow or whenever and get the same parameters. So let's go to the live view and see what this looks like. And after this it's already got 2 stacked frames. Let me go back to the live view on this one as well. And I really want to get to the bottom of that bug with the, where it ends up, where it switches between the stack and the preview image. That's kind of frustrating. Okay. I'm guessing this is the fly down here. And the spider must be somewhere up here. Yeah, so the spider will be up here. And yeah, I think the fly's down here, where it's kind of like the fuzzy star. So that'll be down here. And then this part, the fish is showing up well. 53 frames. Let me look at the so we've got, that's weird. What? Okay, it's on 1-3. So it got 1-1, 1-2, 2-1, 2-2, 3-1, 3-2, 4-1, 4-2, and now it's working on 1-3. And so, yeah, it's on the last, I guess, the last row of panels. So yeah, I'm not necessarily going to wait until this one's completely done, but I'm confused. I did 1-3. I did 3x4. I did 12. Oh yeah, because it's going to go for another hour. Right. So this one will finish up, and then there'll be 2 more panels. So yeah, a little over an hour more. Oh yeah, see, this is starting to show. And then this will start showing something, but this is definitely starting to show something. And this is, granted, this isn't like the darkest sky, but it's still, yeah, only 2.5 minutes of data, so it's showing promise. Yeah, I can see some stuff right here. I often don't know if it shows up on the stream, but I can start seeing some stuff here. Let's go back to this so we can see the fish. The fish. Yeah. So getting there. Yeah, so I have a few things on my list for tomorrow. I need to get the pi image, generation sorted out so that I can be able to test out the pi on the stream. And if all goes well, I'm going to switch at some point during the stream from using my laptop to the pi as the controller. I will also, I want to do the pi and then like kind of a deluxe, I want to do the base image and then a deluxe image and build the pi. I want to, and I'll upload the images to the website so they'll be live. I plan on, I need to figure out how to do through my current setup audio. I need to confirm that that works, and also so that I can listen to it without causing feedback. And so we can look at some videos on stream, which I've always been hesitant to do because I don't know what the audio situation's like, and I don't want to have the audio too loud, and I don't want to cause feedback. So I have to figure that out because I have kind of a weird streaming setup. It's not that weird, but I just have to figure it out, and I just don't want to. I don't want to try that out live and cause like some feedback. And then what else? Maybe some retro computing, random stuff. Who knows? Oh, I shouldn't say maybe. There definitely will be random stuff. I mean, the channel is Random Erewhon, so it is kind of you know, as it says on the tin, it can be a bit random. What else? I think those were the main things that I was planning tomorrow, besides more observing, more data. Yeah, just kind of looking through my notes for tomorrow. And I mean, I'm not wrapping up. I'm just kind of saying it as a reminder to myself, and also in case I forgot something that I said I was going to do. Hope the government funds more space projects. Any specific ones? I mean, one of the things that I've been thinking about recently was like more probes, deep space probes, because those, I mean, like, oh, Europa mission, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. I mean, yeah, I've run across a few of the proposals for those kind of projects. I think that would be pretty cool. I mean, because like I was kind of out of the loop on it, and I remember hearing about certain projects, and then when they actually kind of got funded and happened, like the was it the what was it called, the was it the Pluto Express? Yeah, the Pluto Cooper. Oh no, that wasn't the one. That was the original one, but they didn't end up doing that one. But the New Horizons one was cool. Like that was interesting. But then like the Galileo and like the Galileo orbiter and yeah, those that was cool, but there was some I heard there was some proposal for one around Saturn. Yes, and there's been some interesting stuff I've seen recently about you know, as I mean, like when we found like the uh or like the seafloor, the stuff that goes around volcanic vents. But then there's some other stuff down there that in Earth's oceans that aren't necessarily based on photosynthesis that would kind of make it more feasible for something like that to exist on Europa and even some other moons. What was the one? So like, what was it? The Europa probe. There was one, the Europa Clipper. Oh, what? Wait a second. The Europa Clipper is supposed to launch in 2 days? Is that right? It's supposed to be, this is supposed to be launched in 2 days, the Europa Clipper. Now there was another one that I remember that they were talking about. There was one they were talking about, one that would actually try to drill into the ice, but this isn't the one. But still, Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, which launched in like last year, but this one launches this month, and we'll get to Europa in 2030. Yikes! But that'll be here before you know it. This one's intriguing. Yeah. But yeah, they might crash Europa Clipper into Ganymede, because like that was the thing with Galileo. They didn't want to risk contamination of Europa because it wasn't sterilized. Um, and if there is any kind of life of any kind, they didn't want to have. I mean, 'cause I think they even did that like with Mars with the Viking probes starting like decades ago, where they would kind of sterilize it so not even like bacterial life. And also from a scientific point of view, you know, we don't want to go back to Europa decades from now and say, oh, there's bacteria here. And then it's like it was Earth bacteria. And definitely don't want to do it if there is life there. Um, so yeah, because yeah, so that was the thing with Galileo, the Galileo probe, that because it wasn't sterilized, they crashed it into Jupiter when they were done, or when it was like end of life and it had enough propellant, they deorbited it into Jupiter, um, which is impressive. um, but yeah, this one is 9 instruments to study the interior ocean, geology, chemistry, and habitability. Because of the radiation, it has a titanium and aluminum shield. This is cool. I didn't know this was actually launching. Like, wait, what? Okay, that would have been wicked. They were actually thinking of nano satellites. Okay, this is the thing. What was it? Biosignatures, impactor probes. They were actually proposing a sample return. I mean, these are proposals that they had been considering. Europa lander. But yeah, these kind of projects would be more of these. Like, I mean, they're not the cheapest, but I feel like bang for buck, they're pretty impressive. Um, so that's the Europa Clipper, the icy Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, or JUICE. Nice. I mean, the people who come up with these. I mean, did they were they what do you call it? Did they find it entertaining when they came up with that acronym? Yeah, I'd seen something about that recently. I think I even saw a video about it recently, um but yeah, this is interesting. I may need to look at some of this some more tomorrow. And they used Europa Lander. Yeah, this is the one that would be interesting. I mean, they're all interesting, but yeah, it isn't clear if they're going to do this, but basically a lander on Europa, that would be cool. But yeah, more of those kind of missions would be neat. Just exploring our own proverbial backyard. Oh, this is going well. I feel like I'm starting to you can start seeing nebulosity there on the spider, and the fly is definitely showing nebulosity there. So that's cool. I like that. I mean, I did 45 minutes, so it's gonna have 3 times more data, but this might be something again to image tomorrow again to to get more data on the same thing. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'm thinking of kind of wrapping it up for the evening, honestly, because like these are the last targets I'm gonna image, and they're just gonna keep going. And yeah, yeah, the solar sail. Like they did a small scale solar sail. Like there was a small scale demonstration solar sail, I think. Um, and I feel like yeah, some of those kind of alternate propulsion methods and like yeah, I think some of those would be kind of like those they seem at least on paper to have a lot of potential uh, for certain kinds of missions within the solar system, definitely. Um, but yeah, we'll see. But I agree. I think a lot of those kind of missions. Yeah, this one could be this will be interesting with more time on it. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it ends up at the end of the night. But yeah, and this meanwhile, this one's on the just starting the second to last panel. Um, but yeah, I'm thinking I might wrap this up for the evening here in a little bit shortly. I've gone later. I've had I think the longest or latest live stream I've ever had was like it's 1:30 here now. I think I went till like 3 in the morning or something, or 4 in the morning, but not tonight. Is this actually, has it actually stacked? Claims 6 frames, but yeah, yeah, I'm kind of I might leave it at that for the night. Um, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please like and subscribe. And if you haven't, uh, there's a Discord server if you want to join that. It's I think I am, yeah, I'm not tired, but I can tell that I'm having a harder time forming sentences. So I think it before I become before I descend into a complete verbal incoherence, I think it might be good for me to wrap it. So unless there's anything else, I again, like I say, we'll be live streaming tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, 8:15 p.m. U.S. Central, and we'll do it again for yeah. But I in the meantime, I think I'll leave it at that, and everybody have a good night or a good day, and clear skies. Thanks a lot for joining.